on any HVAC service or replacement, and now you can get a second opinion on any of your plumbing services. They'll come out to your house for free and give you that second opinion. And right now, they got a free furnace special with a full system installation up to $2,500 in rebates, all for a company that's been serving the greater Sacramento area since 1981. A-plus Better Business Bureau. 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990 or AmericanEnergyAir.com. Jingle singers, take it away.
Call 916-520-9990 now. Thunder, feel the thunder.
It's the energy all around you.
Lightning and the thunder.
The thrill of the moments to come. The flash of lights. The rush of pure exhilaration.
Thunder.
The roar of the crowd. See it, hear it, feel it.
Thunder, feel the thunder. Lightning and the thunder.
Thunder Valley Casino Resort. Feel the thunder.
Year-end pricing's in effect. Every vehicle's priced to sell before the new year during Happy Honda Days. At Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop.
Get behind the wheel of your new Accord or Civic today. Own or lease during Happy Honda Days at FolsomLakeHonda.com.
As a family-owned and operated dealership since 2009, customer service is our #1 priority. Our customers love doing business with us, and you will too. Folsom Lake Honda is your one-stop Honda shop.
Folsom Lake Honda.
Visit us at FolsomLakeHonda.com.
Your one-stop Honda shop.
When a person is seriously injured, there's no substitute for the personal legal relationship offered by the local NorCal firm of Ashton & Price. From the first attorney meeting, every important decision is made with a direct consultation with, and I can't believe I have to say this, a real, live, experienced, flesh and blood local attorney. It's called Home Court Advantage for a reason. Ashton & Price, serious local attorneys for serious people with serious injuries with no fee until we win. For the best local advice, don't think twice. Call Ashton & Price.
If a Lenovo computer for your business is on your holiday list, don't shop around. Just go directly to the source, Lenovo.com. It's your last chance to get exclusive deals on the PCs you want for your business, like the ThinkPad X9 14 Aura Edition and Yoga 7i 2-in-1. So avoid all that shopping chaos and price comparing, and just go directly to the source, Lenovo.com, where PCs are up to 35% off. That's Lenovo.com.
Lenovo.
Hi, I'm Michael from the War and Treaty. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. Only Novo Nordisk makes FDA-approved Ozempic. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5 milligram, 1 milligram, and 2 milligrams.
KHDK HD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento.
Your home for Kings basketball for over 25 seasons.
Hammer time thrown down by the league.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
Sactown Sports, 1140. Your home for Kings talk and so much more.
Live and local.
Allen Stiles on Sactown Sports.
Yes. On a Monday, Allen Stiles, Sactown Sports, taking you up to 2 p.m. Oh my goodness. What a weekend. What a beautiful weekend in all of sports. And we knew it was going to be a beautiful weekend. We knew we had college football. We knew we had NFL. We knew the Kings had a basketball game. We didn't know how it would turn out. And would you look at that? You're walking around. You're doing what you need to do. You might be stuck at Arden Fair like me, waiting for Santa for 2 hours. And you look up and the Kings were winning a basketball game. And then you think, okay, well, they've done this before. Let's see if they can hold on to it. And the Kings beat a team in the Miami Heat that were missing some players, coming off a back-to-back, on the second half of a back-to-back, and the Kings took care of business. Very simple. Very simple. By the way, December 6th was my father's birthday. Shout out to my dad. I called him. He was doing his thing out there in Chicago, so happy birthday, Pops. That was on Saturday. Not that he would care that the Kings took care of business, but he got a birthday beam, and I know a lot of you out there got a Saturday birthday beam. So shout out to the Sacramento Kings winning a game, 6-17. That doesn't sound great to say out loud, but that's what they are now. They win 127-111, but it wasn't without controversy because there's always some level of controversy when it comes to the Sacramento Kings. Zach LaVine was on a heater, and it feels like to me, Zach LaVine will have days where he just decides, I'm putting him up. And we've talked about this before because of the logjam. There we go. We hit our quota for the day saying logjam on the Sacramento Kings sports station, the home of the Sacramento Kings, by the way. Because of the logjam, all these guys got to take turns, right? And you'll know pretty soon, hashtag prop talk, whether or not you took the right guy. And Zach LaVine, if you took him, you took the right guy. He had, 2 points in the game prior, been struggling. We don't know what they were doing out there in Miami, out there in South Beach. But it was very clear, it was very apparent that it was going to be a Zach LaVine night. And he did what he had to do. But again, it wasn't without controversy. As the game ends, we see a post start to go viral from Ciro Aseo, who is a reporter, okay, for the Miami Heat. And he comes out and he says, hey, Zach LaVine said this, basically, I can do that any night if they give me the dang ball enough. So he comes out, he says that. Of course it gets aggregated. All right, he's with Hoop Type, by the way. Of course it gets aggregated. And then after that, people are wondering, did Zach LaVine really say this? Is he messing up the vibes? There was that whole thing about a week or so ago where he didn't help up DeMar DeRozan and he was on the ground for a bit when he fell over and nobody picked him up. So what's going on there? Well, I talked to Ciro and I have all that information for you based on how Zach LaVine, number one, let me just tell you right now, Zach LaVine did say it. He did say it. There wasn't any mess up with the quote. He did say, I can do that every night if they give me the dang ball enough. And it wasn't dang. It was the other D word, but my mother might be listening, so we're going to go with dang. So that's what he said. But I have the full context for you coming up in about 20 minutes, all right? I talked to Ciro, had a nice conversation. So I have the clips from that convo, and we will get into that in about 20 minutes. Kyle, man, oh man. First of all, good to see you. I'm really excited. As you can tell, I don't know if this is Style Espresso or I don't know if this is, I'm not yerbed up, but we are really, really powering through here. We have made it to the week of December 15th, people. We made it, all right? And there's no better way to celebrate that than to get on one of the, I don't even want to say rising stars because he is a star, now partnered with the NBA because of what SpotTrack has been able to do. Keith Smith is going to join us at 11 a.m. So all these details where Kyle and I or the round table where we say, well, we think they can trade Keon, and once they trade Keon, what can another team do, and what's this and what's that? Keith Smith knows all of this. That's literally his job. So we're getting the professional in the room here, okay? We're getting the expert in the room, and Keith Smith's going to join us at 11 a.m. So I'm very excited. Keith Smith has joined us before, but I'm always excited when he joins us because he is everywhere nowadays. So Keith Smith of SpotTrack, he joins us at 11 o'clock, and we have all of the questions. And by the way, if you have a question about the trades and trade value, throw it in the text line, 916-339-1140. Throw it in the chat. Shout out to the YouTube and let us know because I have my list of questions, but it's possible I may have missed something. I'm going to tell y'all right now. I'm asking Keith when we'll see movement. I'm asking Keith the pros and cons of the Keon situation, realistic options for DeMar. Assuming LaVine opts in, how tradable would that contract be next season? Domantas Sabonis, Malik Monk. So if there's something that you think I'm missing in there, let me know and we'll try to fit it in, okay? Because that will be at the top of the hour. And as you know, we go 30 minutes commercial free at the top of every hour. Your home of the Sacramento Kings. But Kyle, I wanted to reach out to you because there was some great football played, and it did not happen from the Las Vegas Raiders, okay? And by the way, yes, we have the clip from Fernando Mendoza, and I know it went viral, and if you are a Raider fan, is this your guy? People are accusing him of being a little bit corny. People are accusing him of being Kirk Cousins' forgotten son, but I'm going to tell y'all right now, I'm in. I'm still in. I need corny. That's what the Raiders need. Derek Carr was kind of corny. I want to go deeper into the corniness. I don't need, I didn't come here to roll the dice or whatever the hell Gino said. Gino ended up getting injured. So how bad did my Sunday have to, it's a beautiful Sunday. I'm watching Buffalo and Cincinnati. And then a couple hours later, they force me. I just had it on Red Zone. But they physically forced me to watch the Raiders. We did not get Bears-Packers out there in Natomas. I don't know why. And Kyle, it's like Bird Box being forced to watch Kenny Two Gloves try to score. It was 3rd and goal, whatever it was. What did I do to deserve this? What did the good people of Sacramento do to deserve this? Right there, it made me want to say, YouTube TV, I'm done. You made me watch this garbage. I am done. Kyle Ledbetter, your Chiefs might be done as well, and that's where I was going with this.
Yeah, I could tell as soon as you said, Kyle, I wanted to hear your piece because of all the football that happened this week. Yeah, I get it. The Chiefs are dead. It's fine. Here's kind of my thing, and I was kind of going through this yesterday. As I was joking in the group chats. No. Here's the deal. Just play Minshew the next 4 games. We're going to get a top 10 pick a left tackle, and then we're back. But the Chiefs are not going to make the playoffs. This is going to be a gap year for them, essentially, in a dynasty, and it probably means that for the rest of time, people are going to hold up, well, Tom Brady never missed the playoffs except the year he got hurt against the Chiefs. I get all of that. But I'm also not allowed to complain, right? Chiefs fans are not allowed to complain about the team not being good this year when they've gone to 7 consecutive AFC championship games. All I can do is just take it in stride and be like, yeah, okay, the Chiefs aren't very good this year. Okay. I don't know how to explain it, but the Chiefs just are not good.
Yeah, and there was weird stuff at the beginning of the season. If you remember, it was, guys giving up on a play that Trevor Lawrence, when he fell over, and then did they get back to him or did they not let him score? But there was a level of, was the effort there? Then they were waiting to get Rashee Rice back, which put them at a disadvantage. Now people are saying Rashee Rice is kind of a slant merchant. They don't know if he's a true number one or is he a true number one or is he just a slant merchant? They've been kind of looking for that number one ever since Tyreek ran to Miami. And yeah, and even Mahomes, even just watching him, the ball is kind of wobbling a little bit. I think when you've been at the top for so long, I was listening to a little bit of Drizzy on the way in, and at some point, it just, you need to be remotivated. What do they say? People that are well fed, it's hard for them to keep that hunger, right? It's hard to be hungry when you're well fed. And the Chiefs fan base, they've been well fed for a bit here. And I think this is just what happens sometimes it's just the nature of the beast. I know they lost the Super Bowl. And by the way, Kyle, get ready for the sounder. Travis Kelce, brother, you're banned. You are absolutely banned.
You're banned?
Yeah.
Banned.
That was crazy last night.
Look, Kelce's done. I'm sorry to say it. Like, I want Kelce to retire not because I think Kelce can't play anymore, but it's like, you've done everything. You've done everything.
It's time. By the way, Kyle, real quick, you know who's a free agent at the end of the season. And by the way, I can't believe they get Mark Andrews continues. I've said this for years. Whenever Lamar needs him the most, Mark Andrews doesn't show up. But with that being said, you know who's a free agent at the end of the season? Your boy, Isaiah Likely. Isaiah Likely on the Chiefs to follow through with the Travis Kelce tight end connection.
Oh, I'm in on that. Absolutely, I'm in on that. But this is something that I've talked about for years. And in fairness, it was kind of already happening to the Chiefs, but there's something I call like the 32-game paradox, essentially, which is usually the year after a Super Bowl run, once you get to like November, it seems like teams just physically fall apart. Remember the Eagles a few years ago when they went like 10-1 and then just fell apart physically at the end of the year? The Niners last year after their long Super Bowl run physically fell apart. The Rams after they won the Super Bowl, they physically fell apart the next season. Like, I think what's happening in the Chiefs is just these guys are exhausted. Yeah. Like, it's the same team that's been going to these NFC or the AFC Championship year after year, and their bodies have just been through so much football. And it always happens. Remember last year, the Niners game against the Bills where they just got smoked off the field, and then after that there was no, like, everyone got hurt, and then the season was a wash after that.
Yeah, McCaffrey messed up his knee. By the way, it was Chris Jones. That was the Trevor Lawrence play where he stumbled, and then Chris Jones was just kind of around and nobody knew, and people questioned where the effort was. So it's been weird for the Chiefs all season. And if you look, it was a gauntlet. I'm not trying to make excuses for the Chiefs. Don't get me wrong. And somebody is saying when they don't get help from the Zebras, we get all that. But this ride for the Chiefs, it's one thing we know, the Warriors, the Lakers, teams like that have all these national games. It's different in basketball because there's so many games. But I mean, this was they go from the Super Bowl and then they start off it was in Brazil with the Chiefs Chargers. Then right after that, they get the Eagles. They got a little break with the Giants. Then they got the Ravens. They lost that game to the Jaguars, and the Jaguars were good at that point. Then they get the Lions, all right? After that, they had the Raiders because they have to, and the Commanders. Then they get the Bills. Then they get the Broncos. Then they get the Colts, who, by the way, shout out to Daniel Jones. Looks like he's out with an Achilles. Tough spot for a guy who was having a career year, and I think he will. I think it was a 1 year. Was it a 1 year or 2 year deal to the Colts? But he'll get paid if it was a 1 year deal.
1 year.
So I think he's still, hopefully, I guess you do that math, and he might have fumbled the bag. Not his fault. Yeah, not his fault like some other fumbles that we've seen, but that is too bad for Daniel Jones. But then they had the Colts, then they had the Cowboys, then they had the Texans, then they get the Chargers again, and they still have the Broncos again. At some point, I mean, that front-loaded kind of schedule where it's just prime time after prime time after prime time, it just wears on you.
But in past years, they were able to overcome it. And honestly, last year was a bit of an aberration because they won those like 15 one-score games in a row. But this year, like, the players that specifically play the most snaps, Trent McDuffie, Trey Smith, Creed Humphrey, guys like that, the guys who specifically are the stars and play a ton of snaps, they're the ones that are physically falling apart, which, by the way, happens to, like I mentioned earlier, almost every team that goes on a Super Bowl run, because the human body is not meant to play 35 football games in a span of 13 months. But specifically, the high usage guys for the Chiefs are all falling apart these last 2 weeks. And that just kind of tells, like, they lost those games early in the year, but now they're at the point where it's like they just have no gas left in the tank, and they're going to miss the playoffs. But in the long run, that might help them the way it helped the Eagles by falling apart that 1 year.
There you go. So it feels like we are rid of Taylor Swift and the Chiefs for this season. We will see what happens next season. By the way, Super Bowl odds, the Rams at plus 430. I mean, they got to play the Cardinals, which is just Trey McBride. And the Cardinals, they had everyone out. All right, I am somebody who has Marvin Harrison Jr. I don't know if the brother even likes football. He was out. So it's just a disaster out there in Arizona. We got to hit up Gambo. We got to hit Gambo from our sister station out there in Arizona, see what's going on with Kyler Murray, who allegedly his foot wasn't getting better, but there's video of him looking pretty darn healthy. So it's a disaster. The Rams take care of business. They're plus 430 for the Super Bowl. Seattle Seahawks at plus 800. That's the second. They're tied with the Packers. So it's all NFC teams. Then at plus 850, it's the Eagles. The first AFC team is the Buffalo Bills at plus 900. So there it is for you if you're interested, because obviously we are the Sacramento home of the San Francisco 49ers. Plus 2,200. So last week it was plus 2,500. And we told you to take it. Well, we didn't tell you, but we suggested maybe you take that at plus 2,500. Now the odds are a little shorter now, plus 2,200. So if you do want to get in on that, and you got the Lions at plus 2,000, they might get healthy at the right time.
I do not believe in them, dude.
I mean, but for plus 2,000 though, and you got your Denver Broncos at plus 1,000. How about this? The Texans at plus 1,500. And the Jaguars at plus 19. The Jaguars have better odds to win the Super Bowl than the Detroit Lions and the San Francisco 49ers and the Baltimore Ravens. And now the Chiefs, by the way, to kind of tie a bow on it, at plus 4,500. So if you're thinking there's any magic left in the wand for Patrick Mahomes, plus 4,500. So doesn't seem like Vegas thinks so.
Well, no, here's the thing. The Chiefs could win out the rest of the season, and if Riley Leonard can turn around the Colts, they will still miss the playoffs. Like last night, they blew it. They cannot make the playoffs without help now.
I might take the Chiefs at plus 4,500. It would be less. I would take them to get to the Super Bowl just because I don't know what's going on in the AFC.
Alan, I'm telling you, they're not going to make the play. Their odds to make the playoffs like 10%.
But these are good odds, Kyle. I'm just saying, they're good odds.
It's 10% that they'll even get to the playoffs.
That's why you take them now. They need a little chip, and Travis Kelce needed to look horrible and sell Schmal and Miles' ticket.
By the way, I think my favorite joke of the weekend was Taylor and Travis's wedding date got released, and everyone was making jokes because it's like June 13th. Everyone was making jokes like, sorry, Brewers Athletics is this weekend. I can't make it.
Oh, my goodness.
People who obviously wouldn't get invited.
So a crazy, crazy weekend in NFL and a crazy weekend in college football. People are upset that Miami didn't get in, that Notre Dame didn't get in, and that James Madison did. I don't know how to feel. James Madison gets into the college football playoff. Tulane gets into the college football playoff. So I just want to see it. Can we just see it? Can we just see what happens? I watched James Madison win their conference championship. Yeah, they looked good. Right, Tulane beating North Texas. They had a bit of a battle there, and I guess James Madison kind of did as well. They were throwing snowballs on the field. So I just want to see it before we say that all the ACC and SEC teams should get in. I just want to see it. Hopefully they don't get their doors blown off, but there is also an opportunity, or there is a chance that their doors do get blown off. So a crazy weekend in college football. Like we said, bottom of the hour, we got that Fernando Mendoza sound for you because it's incredible. All right, it's incredible. And as a Raider fan, I don't really care what the Raiders owe Geno. He can't be the quarterback next season, just on principle.
There's no guaranteed money. They can just let him go.
Yeah, it might just be you got to go with Pete Carroll. Package deal. We both got you got to go. All right, we don't need it anymore. And I know, Kyle, offensive linemen do the boring thing. My thought process is if you can get the guy, and if you think he is the guy, then go get him. Some people, I don't want to say were turned off by Fernando Mendoza's presser, but they just thought he was kind of cornball-y. But here's the thing. You can't win. If you are an athlete, well, you've already won because they are all doing very well for themselves. But you can't win because you're either a cornball or you're too cool for school, and people don't like that. People are always going to have something to say about you. And that's the reality of it. So we have that sound from Fernando Mendoza at the bottom of the hour as well. So I just got to say, we were talking about this Zach LaVine thing, right? And our guy TC, and I'm gonna put him on blast a little bit because it's 10:04, okay? And TC comes in at 10:04 a.m. as we're talking about what Zach LaVine said, and he did say it. We're gonna provide full context in about 6 minutes. And TC comes in, who the bleep does this guy think he is, Scott? I guess talking to Scott Perry. TC, and he goes, F bleep. We can't be dropping F bleeps at 10:04. It's too early for that, TC. I read it, Kyle, because I'm in kiddo mode. We watched Moana last night. First time I saw Moana, great movie. So I see, whoa, I'm to the point now, I got 2 little girls. Sometimes I'm listening to rap in my car, and I listen to the edited version, and they're not in the car because sometimes, I just saw the F bleep. Whoa, TC, it's 10 in the morning.
You got to create a clean playlist. You got to copy your songs.
I have one. Clean rap is where I'm at, and I'm waiting for them to release certain things, right? Certain songs. But TC, wait for the context before you F bleep at 10 in the morning. I got the context for you in about 4 or 5 minutes here, okay? Oh my goodness, I wasn't ready. By the way, sounds like the Bucks aren't ready to move on from Giannis. You have the Steinline and Jake Fisher saying that Giannis isn't on the market. As trade season draws close, everyone is talking about Giannis, even though, and I want to underline this is Jake Fisher, the Bucks continue to tell teams he's not available. We don't want your trade pitches. So it's this weird deal where the Bucks keep shouting to the wind, listen to us, we don't want to talk trades with you about Giannis, and the rest of the league just ignores it and obsesses about him. Well, that's because they know that the Bucks don't have a choice, right? It's over. So the Bucks are just doing the thing. This is what we were talking about last week, Kyle. This is what they do for the fans, right? They're doing this for the fans, but ultimately they know it's actually cooked. It's posturing. That's what it feels like to me, because there's no way for them to actually get better unless they're interested in a Zach LaVine, who clearly is going to need his touches if he goes out to Miami, because he can do this every bleeping day if he gets his touches, according to Zach LaVine. And I think I added a bleep in there. I've been reading too many of TC's texts. So they keep saying that he's not available, but it's fairly clear that he is some level of available. Everybody's available after this Luka deal.
Well, yeah, but the other part is not only is Giannis available, Giannis will go to exactly the team Giannis wants to go to, unless a team is saying, we'll take him for a year and a half, and when he opts out, he opts out. But if you do that, you're costing Giannis his money. So then you're already upsetting Giannis by bringing him in and costing him his money. So Giannis will go exactly where Giannis wants to go. All the indications still are he just wants to play for the Knicks. The reason the Bucks aren't taking offers is that the Knicks deal is not up to whatever their standard is or whatever they would be willing to accept. And so this is going to keep dragging out until either the Knicks increase their offer or Giannis says, okay, now I'm okay to go to another team.
By the way, you didn't think we were going to get through a Monday without talking Jonathan Kuminga and the Kuminga Watch. Anthony Slater has come out with an article saying that it's starting to happen. So the watch is here. Do the Kings have anything that the Warriors want? Well, I'm not quite sure what the Warriors want. You know why? Because I don't think the Warriors are quite sure what the Warriors want. But they know they need something. And when you got Pat Spencer being the leading scorer and the brightest light when Steph and Jimmy Butler are out, when it's supposed to be Kuminga and Brandon Podziemski, it's over. It's over for the Bucks and Giannis. It's over for the Warriors and Kuminga. And all those Warrior fans that were trying to laugh at us, that were in my mentions when they signed Kuminga, it didn't even take 3 months for us to be back here. Oh, we're going to figure it out because the first 2 weeks were great. Do you know what people do in order to get paid? You'll say whatever you want, right? You ever part of a job, right? You're going out for a job and you go to the interview. You'll say yes to just about anything. Hey, well, you might have to come into the office 3-4 days a week. You're going to say yes. Is your intention to go into the office 3-4 days a week? Not for long. Was Jonathan Kuminga's intention to just rebound and spray the basketball? Was that his intention to be that player on that team? Not for long. And we're back. And stop with this nonsense. Oh, well, give us Keegan Murray. Give us this, give us that. You'll take Keon Ellis and Domantas Sabonis and like it. And we might not even have to give you that. So this Keegan Murray garbage, please act like you at least somewhat know anything about basketball. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. Let's get to the other side. Ciro Aseo of Hoops Hype, I spoke with him about what happened with Zach LaVine. Did he actually say that quote, I can do this every night if they give me the ball more, if I get my touches? Did he say it? How did he say it? Do not move. 3 minutes. We'll be right back. Allen Stiles, Sactown Sports.
A Sacramento tradition continues this year. The Santa Parade, free for all to enjoy, circling Capitol Park beginning at 10 a.m. December 13th, the joy of the holiday season. Santa Claus is coming to Sacramento with the 41st Santa Parade. Join Sactown Sports 1140 December 13th beginning at 10 a.m.
Brought to you in part by Elk Grove Chevrolet, Western Health Advantage, and OK Tire and Automotive.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our client's portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
For over 90 years, Hagen Oaks has partnered with the biggest brands in golf to bring cutting-edge technology to your game. Our one-of-a-kind total game fitting offers a level of experience and precision that is unmatched. From driver to putter, footwear to golf balls, our TrackMan-powered performance studios, 3D footwear scanner, and Ping's Ballnamic ball fitting kiosk ensure every piece of your gear is tailored to your swing. Trust the experts at the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop. Total game fitting starts here.
Hey, this is Greg Papa. Are you working through a major insurance claim? Sunpoint Public Adjusters can help. Sunpoint prepares, presents, and negotiates your claim with the insurance company, working only for you, making sure you get everything you're entitled to, not what just some adjuster working for an insurance company thinks you should get. Call Sunpoint today at 888-247-7865 or contact us at sunpoint.us. Sunpoint Public Adjusters, the gold standard in public adjusting.
License number 2N14884.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave. I got to tell you, I am so excited to get this decking project started with Trex Decking and Railings. From the first time I stepped foot in the showroom last week, I was so impressed. So many color options, heat-resistant composite deck. What does that mean? That means I don't have to do any maintenance on it whatsoever. They even have a deck designer, so you can go online and see what your dream deck will look like on your house. Just visit Trex, that's TREX.com to get it started. Tell them Carmichael Dave sent you.
The holidays can be a time of increased stress for those struggling with opioid or stimulant addiction. They can also be a time for pause, reflection, opportunity, and new beginnings. This holiday season, choose treatment and recovery. Embrace the company of family and friends and create special moments. Find a proven opioid or stimulant addiction treatment provider near you at ChooseChangeCA.org.
Capital Casino, Sacramento's #1 poker room with primetime football. It's back. Capital Casino is giving away $500 per game in high hand bonuses for every Sunday, Monday, and Thursday night primetime game. Offering the best food, best service, and the best action with the most variety of games in the region and conveniently located at 411 North 16th Street in downtown Sacramento. For more information, log on to capital-casino.com and please gamble responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Yeah. Allen Stiles
You can join the show by texting 916-339-1140.
on Sactown Sports.
Taking you up to 2 p.m.
And both of those draft picks whiff, man.
It's the best part of the song.
They're just crazy, dude.
I don't think Wiggins. We just talked about this because the Kings played the Heat, but weird. He is a bust, but he's a bust for a #1.
Getting dropped in a Drake song is pretty crazy.
But here's the thing, though.
If that had been Joel Embiid, it would have been bad.
Anthony Bennett and Andrew Wiggins are not the same level of bust. But what are you talking about, Kyle? Do not do that.
Well, no, I'm not saying that.
Bennett never played.
Anthony Bennett is less bad because there was no great option around him.
So you're saying all #1s aren't created equal?
I'm saying best case scenario, the Cavs would have ended up with Victor Oladipo at that pick. With Wiggins, the thing was, everyone agreed #1 pick in the draft is Joel Embiid. #1 prospect is Joel Embiid. He should be the #1 pick. #1. It was as clear cut as Zion to the Pelicans or Cooper Flagg to the Mavericks. But then Joel Embiid broke his foot and Cleveland panicked and they took Andrew Wiggins instead of Joel Embiid.
He's a champion. Just saying.
Andrew Wiggins is a champion,
I'm
sure.
just saying, he's a champion.
I'm just saying. Imagine, I guess it would have been Minnesota because they would have traded it for Kevin Love anyways. But imagine if Minnesota had ended up with Joel Embiid. I mean, my God.
Hey, well, I guess we'll never know. All right. What we do know is that Zach LaVine went viral, not necessarily for his 42-point performance, but what he said after the game. So Ciro Aseo, who covers the Heat and he's with Hoops Hype, he comes out after the game and says, I spoke with Zach LaVine walking to the team bus, and asked him about his performance because Zach LaVine obviously had been struggling, well documented. And Zach LaVine says, I can do that any night if they give me the dang ball enough, right? And instead of dang, he says the one that ends in MN, but my mother might be listening. I can do that any night if they give me the dang ball enough. That's from Ciro Aseo. So he immediately gets aggregated. A lot of mad Kings fans, because they see the quote, they're trying to figure out if it's true or not. Bleep this guy. You got TC on the text line. Bleep this guy. What is he saying? He's been trash, all this stuff. So I decided to just reach out to Ciro to see what exactly the context was. All right, so I reached out to Ciro, I believe it was yesterday, and I said, hey, Ciro, trying to figure out what exactly happened here, the fan situation that happened with Devlin and Zach LaVine a couple weeks ago. Then you had Zach LaVine not helping up DeMar DeRozan. Then you had no other players kind of helping Zach LaVine up. This was all in the course of, I think, 2 weeks ago, right? So all of that happened around Thanksgiving. And now you have this situation where Zach LaVine is viral because he says, I can do that any night if they give me the dang ball enough. So I reach out to Ciro and I say, hey, just looking for some context here. What exactly happened? So I'm just going to let y'all know and read to you what Ciro said back to me. All right, here it is. I caught him as I walked out of the back of the arena. He headed to the team bus. He had dipped out of the visiting locker room before I got a chance to speak with him, so I asked him in passing after saying good game. I asked him what the feeling was like after he had a 40-plus point game. He said it more tongue-in-cheek than negatively, like I don't think he meant it negative at all. Something like, I could do that if they give me the dang ball enough, with a chuckle. The vibes in the locker room felt good. I did not view him shading the team or Doug Christie. Rather, I saw him joking that he could do that any night if he got enough touches / shots. That's what Ciro says. So context matters. When you read something, right, this is why I'm not big. If I have something important to tell you, and Kyle will attest to it, and Frankie can attest to it, because Frankie, whenever I call Frankie, he's always wondering, okay, Allen, what is it this time? Our guy, Frankie Cardicelli, our digital lead, great guy, and he's doing great stuff for us. That whole team is Chris Watkins, Brandon Nunez. Frankie knows when he gets a call from me, all right, Allen either wants to vent about something or there's something on his mind, because I just don't do the text, right? When you read something, you don't know how it was said. So that was my main thought process. Was Zach LaVine mad when he said this? Did he seem ticked off? And Ciro is saying it was more, and we know because we've played enough Zach LaVine sound, I can literally hear it in my head. It's, Kyle, play the drop, the money drop. It literally sounds, I would assume, like the money drop. Here it is.
I don't think I make too much money. I think I get paid more.
Hey, if they give me the dang ball enough, I can do that every night. So that's how I'm assuming it sounded. Not that Zach LaVine was upset, not that he was mad at Doug Christie or anybody like that. That's how I am imagining it. Obviously, we don't know, but based on Ciro saying it was more of a laughing, joking, if I got the ball enough. I mean, we had Ricky Pearsall, right, when they asked Ricky Pearsall about Christian McCaffrey and all the touches that Christian McCaffrey was getting. Hey, how hard is it? How hard do you think it is for Christian McCaffrey with this workload? And Ricky Pearsall said, I wish I got that many touches, right? And some people said, is Ricky starting to do the wide receiver thing or not? It's all tongue-in-cheek to me. So once I talked to Ciro, I felt better about it. And I wanted everybody to know that I reached out to him because there were a lot of fans that were saying, get this guy out of town. How dare he say that when he has not played well, to put it nicely, for the most recent kind of stretch of this season. So now y'all have the context. There it is.
So here's where I'm kind of pausing on. First of all, shocker, I'm not overreacting to this.
Okay.
Me, Mr. Middle of the Road, Mr. Nuance over here.
You got to pick a side, but
yeah.
But not on this one. Not on this one.
Mr. Nuance over here willing to play the gray area, right? Like, obviously he can't be happy with how many shots he's getting, because it's not like, oh, he's getting a few fewer than what he would normally do. He's been like completely phased out of the offense over the last few games.
He wasn't playing in fourth quarters, and he told Chris Biederman of the Sac B that he wasn't thrilled about that. So You know, what do they always say, Kyle? True thoughts or true words are said in a joke. That's what my mother always told me. So if somebody jokes about something, like if somebody jokes and says, I mean, you could have paid me back, right? You go out to eat lunch with somebody. Man, Allen, you sure did order a lot of food, right? And they said they were going to take you out. They're joking, but I think deep down they thought, well, dang, Allen, would you have ordered all this food if you were paying? They're joking, but that joke kind of came from somewhere. And I think Zach LaVine was joking, but it did kind of come from somewhere. So all these guys are fairly unhappy in their roles because all of them do the same thing and all of them want the ball. And it's not possible out of all the times that the overused term of there's only one ball has been used, it has never been truer, possibly in the history of basketball, than with this Sacramento Kings team. Sabonis ain't happy. Zach LaVine, give me the dang ball. All these guys. Honestly, DeMar DeRozan is the one who's just said, I would tell y'all right now, do not play. They still got DeMar at 18, 19 points. It's not that I don't think DeMar can do it. DeMar has just said, I'm just taking the back seat. He's not getting up enough shots. DeMar is saying, I'm kind of just chilling right now. But everybody else is not feeling the same way, right?
He sees the writing on the wall with it.
Yes. And of course he should. Domantas Sabonis here for 2 more years, including the season. Zach LaVine here for at least another year. He's about to opt into that $49 million. So these guys are in different situations than DeMar DeRozan, who kind of knows that his time is probably coming to an end.
Yeah, the Zach part makes all the sense in the world because Dave talked about it over the summer. The game plan for Zach could be let him take 24 shots a game, see if you can build up his value, and then just see where it goes. Like maybe that is the best use of these next, 10 to 20 games that are kind of meaningless for the Sacramento Kings. In the grand scheme of like, they're not going to make the playoffs, they're not going towards a rebuild yet. So what do you do with these 20 games while you have all the veterans? Maybe the best strategy is to just let Zach get the shots up. You might end up winning some games like you did against Miami if Zach happens to be hitting 8 for 13 and have 29 points in the first half. But yeah, it's just whether it's tongue-in-cheek or passive-aggressive seems to be a fine line that doesn't necessarily get communicated in a tweet.
And you know what's interesting, Kyle? I do think a lot of this is also winning games. Guess how many last season Zach LaVine was taking 16.5 field goals a game, field goal attempts, 16.5. Guess how many field goal attempts Zach LaVine is taking this season?
I know it was at 12, so I'm going to say now it's probably like 14.
15.1.
Okay, so it did go up.
So, I mean, it's not terribly different than last season, right? It's a shot and a half.
It was trending down, but then just the last 4 games, he's gotten 23, 17, the weird 5.
Maybe it's the bonus being out, to be honest with you. I know Keegan is back in, but it's not crazy and I know he was injured, but let's do it like this. His 2 all-star seasons, he was taking, in 2022, he was taking 17.7 field goals a game. And in 2021, he was taking 19.4. The season before that, in 2020, 20 shots a game. The season before that, 18. Okay? And then in 2023, 18. And then it drops in 2024, like I said. So in 2024, he dropped all the way to 15 and then went back up in 2025. So there you have it. There's the context for you. You could still say bleep him if that's how you feel, but I do think that all these guys, there is a level of annoyance and unhappiness. And we haven't even mentioned Dennis Schroeder, right? He is normally taking shots away from somebody else too. So there's just not enough to go around. Let's keep the conversation going. Got some text to get into. And also, Fernando Mendoza, we play the infamous sound. Is he your QB or too corny? Allen Stiles, Sactown Sports.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, get in.
What? Who are you?
I'm future you.
Constipation with belly pain still coming back? Yeah. Mia, our doctor figured it out. She said it's irritable bowel syndrome with constipation, or IBS-C, and Linzess could help you get ahead of it.
Linzess linaclotide is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Talk to your doctor and say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
Welcome to Cricket Wireless. Santa? I've got to get Mrs. Claus a gift or I'm in a whole lot of trouble. How about a single unlimited line? Only $35, plus a free Moto G 5G. Dude, you're a lifesaver. Here, take a present. Says it's for Timmy in Des Moines. Never heard of him.
Join Cricket Nation and get a single line for $35 per month, plus a free Moto G 5G. Smile, you're on Cricket.
Cricket may temporarily slow data speeds if the network is busy. Requires activation of new line on select unlimited plan or higher. Pay $40 first month. New lines only. First month service charge. Tax with sale fees. Terms and restrictions apply. Cricket 5G is not available everywhere. See cricketwireless.com for details.
Ulta Beauty's big holiday beauty sale is back with up to 50% off must-have gifts. Shop irresistible deals like the Shark Beauty Flex Style and Benefit Cosmetics travel size mascaras. With new offers weekly, same-day pickup or delivery, and our trusted associates, we make holiday shopping effortless. Head into Ulta Beauty today. Ulta Beauty. Gifting happens here.
Call Maverick Electrical to claim your free furnace tune-up or electrical safety check with a donation. This month, donate 5 canned foods to Maverick Electric's Holiday Food Drive and get a free furnace tune-up or electrical safety check. They'll collect your cans at the appointment and make sure your heat stays comfy and your lights stay steady, so the only thing whistling is the kettle, not your ductwork. Visit callamaverick.com to schedule your free tune-up today.
What will a Maverick do? 'Cause you are a Maverick too.
Give to get with no gimmicks. Limited appointments, some restrictions apply.
The clock is ticking. This holiday season, give the gift they'll really love. A new Honda from Northern California's best Honda dealer, Stockton Honda. Happy Honda days are happening right now. Score big with low payments, top trade-in value, and a huge selection of new Hondas, all at Stockton Honda.
Anytime, anywhere, it's all here. StocktonHonda.com.
Based on the results of the study recognized on June 18, 2025, USA Today's list of California's top car dealers 2025.
Get in on the action at Sky River Casino. With over 80 table games, the hottest slot machines, and a thrilling high-limit room, you'll enjoy a casino experience on a whole new level. Just minutes from Sacramento, right off Highway 99 in Elk Grove. Join in the fun. Sky's the limit at Sky River Casino. Visit skyriver.com today. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hello, Sacramento. I'm Emran Pilati, owner of True Sports Cards and Collectible Store here in Rockland, California, and the host of the True Sports Cards Show that airs right here on Sactown Sports 1140 every Saturday from 10 to 11 a.m., where we discuss the latest trends, hottest products, and deliver exclusive interviews with other industry leaders. And don't forget to visit our shop, True Sports Cards, at 6661 Stanford Ranch Road in Rockland and see what we have for all your sports card and memorabilia needs.
If a Lenovo computer for your business is on your holiday list, don't shop around. Just go directly to the source, Lenovo.com. It's your last chance to get exclusive deals on the PCs you want for your business, like the ThinkPad X9 14 Aura Edition and Yoga 7i 2-in-1. So avoid all that shopping chaos and price comparing, and just go directly to the source, Lenovo.com, where PCs are up to 35% off. That's Lenovo.com.
Lenovo.
Hi, I'm Michael from the Warren Treaty. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. Only Novo Nordisk makes FDA-approved Ozempic. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5 milligram, 1 milligram, and 2 milligrams.
Guys, your testosterone level impacts your energy, drive, weight, hair loss, and even ED. Revive Men's Health Sacramento will check your T level for free. For your free T level check, exam, and consultation, call 916-277-8599 or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
Allen Stiles. Watch the show on youtube.com/Sactown Sports 1140.
Or listen on the Sactown Sports app.
Jeff Kent in, Barry Bonds out. Not only was Barry Bonds out for this go round, the committee's era vote, and Barry didn't even he needed 5 to kind of stay in that rotation, and he did not get 5. If he does not get 5, I think he's done another opportunity in 2 or 3 years. If he doesn't get at least 5 votes again, he's actually, no, for real this time, he's actually done.
He's for real done until they change the rules again.
Yeah, so, and here's the thing, not to get all the way into it, but the idea of Jeff Kent getting in is just funny to me because there was a level of protection there from hitting with Barry Bonds. So for Jeff Kent to get in, I know Barry at this point is just probably cracking up, but it was, the era committee, they had an opportunity to vote in Barry Bonds, and they did not. And there were 16 voters, and Barry didn't even get 5.
Yeah.
Okay, so it ain't happening.
No. Well, he's got one more shot, but no, it is not going to happen for him. But it is kind of funny. I saw that joke on the internet that the guy teams would intentionally walk Barry Bonds to face got into the Hall of Fame before Barry Bonds.
Yeah, contemporary era ballot. That is how Jeff Kent got in, all-time home run leader at second base. So, let's not disrespect Jeff Kent. I mean, the dude was a dog. He was a baller. But obviously there was just a level of irony in that whole situation. So we will see what happens with Barry the next go-round. But Barry, as well as Roger Clemens, continue to fall short in the Hall of Fame. But I believe Barry's helmet is at Cooperstown. So his helmet and some of his stuff is there. And Barry better than me because I'm too petty. You can't have any of my stuff, right? If I had any say, if I can't get in, what is my helmet doing there? What are my gloves doing there? If I'm not in, I'm not in.
It ain't gonna happen. Okay, this is kind of the sad way to look at it, but it's kind of like the Pete Rose thing where it's like, it's not going to happen in Barry's lifetime. They're not going to give him the satisfaction, but posthumously they might finally relent and let him into the Hall of Fame.
Yeah, and I think the thing is the contemporary era committee, it rotates, right? So he just needs to have the right rotation, and I think it was Ozzie Smith this go-round who he wasn't saying yes. I mean, it was a bad rotation for Barry. So to that point, Kyle, as some of these people will say, age out, and others get in that might be maybe my age now, maybe slightly older than me, that saw Barry and just look at things differently. Maybe he'll have an opportunity. But as it currently stands, he'll get another opportunity the next go-round. I think in 3 years it is. But if he does not get 5 votes, he will be done until, like you said, Kyle, they change. If they change the rules again, they might not.
No, the way I was reading is like he has to get nominated again in 3 years and then voted on in 2031. Mm-hmm. So like he has to get nominated first by somebody.
Right, but if he does not get 5, if he falls under 5 again, he's done. He's done.
He's done on this Players Committee era ballot.
Right. If there's another one that pops up, and I don't know. I don't know if this is a humiliation ritual. I don't know what it is. But Jeff Kent is in. Good for him. Congrats to Jeff Kent. Barry Bonds, Roger Clemens still out. By the way, Devin Carter is also out of the rotation and out of the roster construction.
Senor Segue strikes again.
That's a 3.5 for the Sacramento Kings. He's headed to Stockton. So I don't know, Kyle. What are the rules? And I need to hit them up. What was it? December 15th? That was the game that I was supposed to go to ask Doug about it. I don't need to ask Doug anymore, right?
Was it the Sunday, I think, is the 14th? Was that the game you were talking about?
It was the next home game. They have a random home game.
They have a random home game on Thursday now.
Oh, no, it was the 11th. It was the 11th. I was supposed to go to the game on the 11th and ask Doug, but I don't think I need to anymore if he's not with them.
Yeah. Well, he's not with them for now. I mean, we'll see how long he's on assignment.
But I'm not going to go in there in a pregame scrum and ask about Devin Carter? That's something that you would ask maybe at practice, right? Like once it happens, but they're on the road right now. So,
well, it's practice maybe tomorrow.
Well, then I'm going to talk to Brendan Nunez and Frankie and see if anybody, because I don't think they've spoke on it. We just saw the transaction come out.
Okay, here's maybe a help for you. So it's tomorrow and Wednesday. The G League does 2-game schedule now. So Tuesday and Wednesday, they play at Stockton against the South Bay Lakers. So maybe by Thursday, Devin gets recalled to the NBA team.
And then I can say, hey, Devin's been up and down.
Hey, Devin's back now.
Yeah.
Well, what's going on?
What are you looking to see? Right?
Why are you workshopping this question? You're a journalist. You're a broadcaster.
What are you looking to see, right? I don't want to, come off any type of way. Hey, why do you hate Devin? Maybe I could just ask it that way.
Why does the organization think Devin Carter is garbage?
How bad has Devin been in practice? Can you illustrate that? Yeah. Can you show me right here? Can you stand up, Doug, and show me what Devin's been doing? Is he doing handstands in practice?
Doug, can you explain to me just how Daquan Plowden's been cooking him in practice?
Has what's his name? Elmore.
John Elmore.
Has John Elmore been cooking Devin in practice?
John Elmore. Because here's by what we've seen, Devin's not a bad defender.
No.
I just don't understand.
Go re-watch the Celtics game. He was possessed that game. You'll never be able to tell me that he can't at least help a little bit.
This is what's so hard. I have no sample size to go off of for him because I can look at the numbers and be like, well, actually, they say he's a good defender when he's on the floor. He's played 400 minutes.
Look, man, that was a clamp squad. Him, Keon, now they're the bench squad. That's what it is. All right, Kyle, before we get to Keith Smith's going to join us in about 8 minutes, but I had to play this Fernando Mendoza sound. Raider fans out there, is this your guy or is it just too corny for you? I will give my thoughts. Let's hear Fernando Mendoza after beating Ohio State. They lost 30 straight games to Ohio State to win the Big Ten title. This is Indiana, a basketball school. You had them winning. You had Duke winning. And Duke has had some random seasons where they've been good. But Indiana's never done anything like this. Yes, I have a soft spot for Fernando Mendoza because he was at Cal. So I'm not as objective as maybe I should be. Let's just hear from our guy.
I want to give all the glory to God. We were never supposed to be in this position, but by the glory of God, the great coaches, great teammates, everyone we have around us, we were able to pull this off. Whoever thought the Hoosiers would be here, but now the Hoosiers are flipping champs. Let's go!
You guys call yourself a bunch of misfits who found the right home at Indiana. Why was this the right place for this group?
It's the right place for process-oriented. We're going day by day. Whether it's the offensive line, the defense, the coaches, special teams, we're all process-oriented to one goal. That's our thing, is we're brothers. We can drag teams into the deep end because we know that we're going to stick together and we're the strongest glue ever.
Let's do it. With the first pick in the NFL draft,
the Raiders
select Fernando Mendoza. We have to. That's your guy, Kyle. That's my guy.
He's awesome.
That's my guy. I don't need, hey, like I said, there's two sides of this. You're either too cool or you're too corny. People are going to put you in two categories, and I'm good with either one. I'll take the cool quarterback. I'll take the corny quarterback. I'll just take anyone that's not named Geno Smith and doesn't wear two gloves, like Kenny Two Gloves. That's what I need. So, Fernando, process-oriented. We're a band of brothers. We're flipping champs. Let's go. He's looking at the camera.
I want to give all the glory to God.
Come on, man. This is our guy.
Yeah. By the way, just for context on Indiana has been playing college football since 1887. Do you want to?
That's insane.
So that is 130-something seasons. You want to know how many times they've won a conference championship? In 137 seasons.
Three
times.
Dang.
This was the third. Their last one was 1967. The last time they had an undefeated conference championship season was 1945.
Man, all the glory, man.
The team with the most losses in the history of college football.
All the glory.
All turned around by this guy.
I want to give all the glory to God.
I need him. I need him in Vegas. That is the only thing that is going to fix the destruction and the stench that's out there in Las Vegas. It's Fernando Mendoza. That's what we need. You know what else we need? We need Keith Smith of Spa Track, and he joins us in about 5 minutes. Everything you need to know as December 15th approaches. We've been waiting, people, and December 15th is around the corner, and Keith Smith is going to tell us everything we need to know and everything we want to expect with the Sacramento Kings. Allen Stiles, Sactown Sports.
Carmichael Dave here for American Energy Heating and Air. They're now upgrading what they do to include plumbing. They're bringing that same expertise and experience to the plumbing space. So they're no longer just heat and air. They're now your American Energy home pros. You hear me talk about them all the time as your second opinion partner. Now you can still get second opinions on any HVAC service or replacement, and now you can get a second opinion on any of your plumbing services. They'll come out to your house for free and give you that second opinion. And right now, they got a free furnace special with a full system installation up to $2,500 in rebates. All for a company that's been serving the greater Sacramento area since 1981. A+ Better Business Bureau. 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990 or AmericanEnergyAir.com. Jingle singers, take it away.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
Staples presents an easy holiday.
My holiday list was a mile long.
Fa la 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 boo hoo hoo.
Staples made it easy with big savings on tech gifts.
I'm listening.
And I saved big on custom holiday cards, too. Plus, Staples has UPS shipping in-store.
Holy flying reindeer. Shop Staples today for 60% off custom cards, invites, wrapping paper, labels, stamps, and photo gifts.
That was easy.
In-store and online expires 12/20. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
With the new IHOP value menu, $6 is all it takes to go to your happy place, where stacks of pancakes with bacon and eggs are just $6 every day. French toast, sausage, and eggs are, you guessed it, $6. And fluffy omelets come with a side of pancakes and only cost $6. Go to your happy plates every day at IHOP. $7 in some locations. Available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
With Progressive, it's easy to reach customer service with our app, website, chat, or by phone. Because when getting help is hard, it's not help at all.
A little help. A little help over here.
Thank you for calling Bench Press Assistance.
What?
Due to excessive gym volume, all available spotters are currently lifting heavy weights off the chests of other bench pressers.
Seriously?
Please continue to hold, and we will remove the barbell from your chest in the order in which your cry for help was received.
Getting assistance should be easy. With Progressive, it is. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-275-1728. That's 800-275-1728.
Our country is held together by small businesses. That's a fact. It's also a fact that 9 out of 10 of those small businesses will fail. Why? Because it's hard, really hard to build a profitable business from the ground up today. Pure Talk knows that. They started as a small American wireless company determined to keep their customer service in this country. It worked, and today Pure Talk is determined to help other small businesses prosper by offering them the same white glove service the big guys get. Same service, same 5G network at a truly affordable price. Pure Talk is focused on businesses that employ welders and roofers, electricians, plumbers, HVAC techs, the people who keep the lights on. If that sounds like your business, give Pure Talk Business a try and see just how much you could save. Dial pound 250, say micro, to switch to an American wireless company who understands the power of small business. Pure Talk.
Sacramento, the wait is over. The all-new Hard Rock Sports Bar is here at Hard Rock Hotel and Casino, Sacramento at Fire Mountain. Enjoy the ultimate 24/7 sports watching destination with 20 big screens with all the action for the premier game day experience. There's no other place you'd want to be to watch all the games with you and your friends. Now open at Hard Rock Hotel and Casino, Sacramento at Fire Mountain. For more details, visit casino.hardrock.com/Sacramento.
KHD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento. From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
Sactown Sports, 1140.
Live and local.
It's Allen Stiles
on Sactown Sports.
1 hour down, 3 to go as we get into some Beam Talk, talking Sacramento Kings, and no better way to kick it off than with our guy, friend of the show, as we approach, well, trade season is technically already here, but with teams and players becoming available as we get to this December 15th date. No better person to talk to right here on a beautiful Monday than Keith Smith of Spa Track and the Front Office Show. Keith, thank you so much for joining us. Happy Monday.
Thanks for having me. I appreciate it.
Let's start here, Keith. I mentioned this December 15th date, and that's what I've been kind of telling all the viewers and listeners. That's the date where some players will become available. Then again, it happens in January with more players. Last season, funny enough, current King, Dennis Schroeder, was moved on December 15th. When do you think we'll see some movement? Do you think that, well, not necessarily with the Kings, but do you think that we'll have to wait past that date, or could we see some trades made as soon as the clock hits midnight on December 15th?
Yeah, it won't be right away. It rarely is. That's happened a handful of times. We've seen that, like you mentioned, last year. We actually had 2 trades go down right away on the 15th, but that's pretty rare. I always call it the unofficial opening to trade season. And the reason we call it that, that's when the vast majority of the players who signed over the summer can be traded. The rest will scatter up to January 15th. So I think it'll probably pick up a little. I do think we might see a couple early trades because around the league, and the Kings are not in this situation, but some other teams are. Teams are using their two-way guys a lot. Those guys will run out of NBA active games that they're allowed. So then we may see some movement to free up roster spots and room under hard caps. For those guys, we've got the Chris Paul situation kind of hanging out there where I think they'd like to move that as quick as they can if there's going to be a trade. So we may see some smaller deals, but the bigger stuff, it's always late January, early February, as they're fond of saying, deadline spur action.
Talking to Keith Smith of Spa Track and the Front Office Show. So let's start with, I guess, the most valuable asset as far as what everybody else has been saying. Keon Ellis, Keith. And Keon can't really get off the bench, and he's playing 6 minutes a game when he does play. I wanted to talk to you about this because we were looking up kind of the details within Keon's deal, because obviously the Kings could extend him in February. He could say no and become an unrestricted free agent. But kind of the pros and cons of a team trading for Keon now, we looked at a team that was reported who the Kings play tonight, the Pacers, but the Pacers aren't going to we don't think they're going to make the playoffs. They don't have Tyrese Halliburton, so their interest in Keon didn't make a ton of sense because you wouldn't be really playing him or getting that value this season. And then you could, I guess, extend him and lock him in, if you will, going into next season. But just some of the pros and cons with the Keon Ellis situation and why he is seen as valuable to other teams right now.
Sure. I think the place you start with one, he's a pretty good player.
Yeah.
Right. In a league where everybody wants 3-and-D wings and guys with decent size on the perimeter, he's got all of that. He's proven to be a fairly decent shooter, really good defensive player. He can do a little bit of ball handling, a little bit of playmaking, more of a second, third type guy on the floor in that situation. Then he's got that good size. He can defend either guard position and just about most, if not all, small forwards as well. So that's the first part. Part two, his contract is very acquirable. He makes just over $2 million this year. So it's like nothing. That's minimal money in the NBA in a trade. So we're in a position for Keon Ellis where if you wanted to acquire him, you'd probably want to do it sooner rather than later, because you wait till the trade deadline, you can't extend him to a contract that's probably enough for him there, because there's these rules where if you trade for a guy and it's not done with an extension happening while it's done, you get limited for 6 months how much you can extend them for and those kind of things. Well, if you trade for him today, that's before free agency opens. So the idea would be try to get him acquired before December 30th. So if you have that 6-month period, it's up before free agency opens. Otherwise, on July 1st, he's going to be an unrestricted free agent. And you really have, you can pay him more, but that only really comes into play when you're talking about like a max guy. Keon's not at that level. So we really run into a place where well, does it really matter how much more you can pay him? Like if you have his bird rights or not, that's probably not too much of a thing. But yeah, I do think he's a really interesting trade candidate, mostly for what you mentioned, that he just can't get off the bench in Sacramento.
Yeah, talking to Keith Smith of Spotrac. Then on the flip side, Keith, I think a lot of people were confused as to what the return would be. The argument was, well, the return wouldn't be that good unless a team knows that Keon is going to extend. What would the Kings likely get back if, let's say, a team traded for Keon today?
Yeah, if they traded for him today, the other team, this is where, and I don't get all bent out of shape about this stuff. This is where we got to have some backroom conversations where it is, hey, what are you thinking about extending? You thinking about sticking around? You going to move? Where are we going to go? That would be part of it. Then the other part that you would have to get into, if you're another team, is, all right, what's the value we're going to give up for him? If you feel pretty good that he's going to stick around, or you feel pretty good, hey, we can get an extension done here, and he's not even going to get to free agency, then you're willing to give up a little bit more. If you're the Kings, if the offers aren't very good, there's no reason to rush, right? Just wait, hold, see if they get better, because one thing that does happen is we'll have more injuries, unfortunately, between now and the trade deadline. We're roughly 2 months out from that. And some teams will come up with, boy, you know what we really need? We need a 3-and-D wing that we can plug in to our rotation pretty easily. And that may be where it's, and you know what? A guy who strictly from a ease of transaction, meaning guy doesn't make a ton of money, Keon Ellis fits everywhere in that situation. So that's where you could have a team say, you know what, let's go back to the Kings, and maybe Sacramento gets a little bit more out of him there if a team gets a little bit desperate. So that's, where it could kind of go. But at that point, again, you've kind of removed chances of extending. So it's all timing, balance, who the other side is in a trade.
Talking to Keith Smith, great stuff on the Keon Ellis front. Let's go to DeMar DeRozan. Now, we've heard DeMar's contract be referred to as kind of a pseudo expiring contract. He's only owed $10 million next season, and he gets the rest of it based on whatever team he's on in January. How do you think DeMar is viewed right now, and how could that return look for the Kings, just based on the idea that a team could trade for DeMar but not necessarily owe him that full contract going into next season because it's not guaranteed?
Yeah, that pseudo expiring part does become attractive for teams, because if you're a team that's like, we think he can help, but we're not necessarily sold on that, you can convince yourself, let's make a run. I mean, he makes almost $25 million this year. So that gets to a number where it's like, all right, that's a big number, but not so big that we can't piece it together to make a trade. And then the partial guarantee into the next season's not so large that that's going to scare you off. So I think that again comes down to, are the Kings willing to move him? Are they willing to say, all right, we're going to trade DeMar DeRozan, and then are they going to be reasonable in a trade? You're not returning a monster package for DeMar DeRozan. Maybe you can get a player who makes roughly the same money, needs a change of scenery, and you're going to kind of start over in a position per se like that. That could be the way it goes. Or you're probably going to get, I mean, maybe you could get a very heavily protected first round pick if a team was desperate enough to say, boy, we really need some scoring and on-ball creation ability, then maybe you could get there. But you're probably looking at a return package that is some matching salary, and that's it. And if I'm the Kings, one way you could plus it up is if you're going to start trading DeMar DeRozan, and let's say they really say, you know what, we got a great offer for guys like Levine or Sabonis or some of the other veteran guys. What you could do then is say, hey, DeMar DeRozan, we'll take on $30 million in a trade. We'll take on some money, but you got to attach a draft pick to it, because now we're kind of kicking off a rebuild. That's how you can plus up your return if they start leaning in that rebuild direction.
Talking to Keith Smith of Spotrac and the Front Office Show. Let's continue to go around the world here, Keith. The Zach LaVine thing, we've spoken about it before, just as far as could he be convinced into opting out and he gets a 3-year deal somewhere else, a 4-year deal somewhere else. We've gone back and forth about it. Seems like his agency, Clutch Agency, would be hard to convince him to not opt into the $49 million. How do you see this thing moving forward for Zach LaVine? Is it just much ado about nothing? Is he just going to opt in and then next season he'll finish with the Kings? And I also was curious when it comes to next season, even though it's a big number at $49 million, how attractive, let's say he's having a good season similar to what he did last season, how much more attractive does he look to teams even at $49 million once he is legitimately an expiring contract?
Yeah, it's a great point because that completely changes the calculation, right? If you're a team that's looking to get off some money and you're like, we've got to get off this longer term money, you may say Zach LaVine at 49, but it's expiring. That's fine. We can live with that. I think it has helped some. He's played pretty well over the last couple weeks.
I think we're trying to get Keith. I'm not sure what happened there. I think we lost Keith. Kyle, you know the drill. We're gonna get Keith on the phone. I'm not gonna go crazy this time. We're gonna get Keith on the phone and finish off that conversation we were having with him about Zach LaVine. But yeah, I mean, great stuff so far from Keith. Just with the Keon Ellis, I think that was a really interesting note. Just based on when teams can trade for Keon and what that would look like, just because of that 6 month stretch and how in the world they could match up that timing. So yeah, Keon and the DeMar piece of it, it's all about these guys and when they get desperate, if they get desperate based on who is there, who's not. It sounds like we have Keith back again. Keith, we got you.
Yeah, you got me on the phone now, but I don't know what happened. Technology, right? It's either our friend or our enemy.
That's right. Let's just keep pushing here, Keith. I think we lost you in the middle of the Zach LaVine conversation, just based on how attractive he would be to teams next season once he is an expiring, just assuming that he opts into that $49 million.
Yeah, as an expiring contract completely changes the math because there you're looking at it and saying, all right, hey, if I'm another team, I'm like, I got to get off a little bit of long-term money, maybe a year or two, something like that. Then I'm looking and saying, all right, I can do that because I can take on Zach LaVine at $49 million. It has helped. He's played better over the last couple of weeks. I think that's helping as well. I think there's possibility for this year. Again, it would probably have to be a team that's pretty desperate for some scoring and really needs some backcourt punch and says, you know what, we can live with the $49 million next year because you said it. I don't think it's very likely we see him opt out. I think he knows there's not going to be that much waiting for him. He would have to land in the absolute perfect place where he's going to be there long term to opt out and then kind of take that $49 million and spread that out over the next 3 to 4 years. But I think as it stands right now, it's a pretty safe bet to say he opts in.
Talking to Keith Smith of Spa Track and the Front Office Show. Keith, another one that's been a bit confusing, if you will. The report came out that he's not thrilled with his usage right now. We've seen this guy go from being considered, a lesser Jokic to being out of the top 5 for bigs in the Western Conference. What do you make about Domantas Sabonis and his current value? I don't know that anybody necessarily knows what type of return the Kings would get back for him if they went in that direction. What do you make about Domas and his value?
Yeah, it's a big contract. So again, that makes it a little bit difficult. It's 42.5 or 42.3 this year, a little over 136 total through the 27-28 season. So, and that's all fully guaranteed. There's no options on that. That's a lot of money. And that's where I think if you're a team that says, you know what, we have, whether you see Sabonis as a 4 or a 5, but we have another big that is an anchor big as far as rim protection, I think all of a sudden that changes a little bit for you, where you're like, you know what, this guy is one of the best facilitating bigs. He's a rebounding machine. He can really, score the ball when he's put in the right positions. And the outside shot, he doesn't take a lot, but it's not bad. I think you'd be there. But you're talking about teams that have that fit. There's maybe 4 or 5 in the entire league, and some of those other teams are not in a position to take on $42 million, never mind 136 plus. going forward. So that's the challenge with Sabonis. I think this one might be one where Sacramento, if they even want to move him, and that's not even fully clear, because sometimes you talk to him like, no, hey, he's still somebody we want to build around. Now, some of that is that's just what you say, so you're not tanking trade value at all. But yeah, we're in a tough spot a little bit here with Sabonis and where he could be. I think right now the Kings, unless they're willing to sell at a discount or do one of these, you take my bad contracts, I'll take yours kind of thing, maybe then we see something. But other than that, I think we might see him stick just for a little while longer.
Yeah, and that brings up a good point, talking to Keith Smith of Spot Trek in the Front Office Show. Last week, Keith, we talked about the idea of the Kings maybe doubling and tripling down. You know, you see teams like the Hornets who have had so many top picks, but they can't figure it out. The Wizards are attempting to do so, the Nets as well. And just the idea that rebuilding is very sexy. Let's just go be the Thunder. Let's just go be the Rockets. But there are a lot of stories. I mean, the Blazers are doing it, and we don't even know if Scoot Henderson is good. He's not even playing this season. So there's no clear-cut way to do this. So we talked about possibly doubling and tripling down. What do you make of the distressed market, the distressed asset market with the Ja Morants and the LaMelo Balls and the Trae Youngs? If the Kings were to, I guess, at this point, quadruple down on this core, you move on from maybe DeMar and somebody else, but you keep Levine, you keep Domas, and just decide, let's take one more bite at the apple here and see if we can make it work.
Yeah, I mean, the good news is if you're going to go acquire one of those guys you mentioned, like Trae Young or Ja Morant or LaMelo Ball, you're going to have to give up one of your big contracts to get them. So you're almost kind of, you're taking those guys on, but you're moving off some other money too. So it becomes almost a balancer for you. But there's something to be said for you own like basically all your own draft picks. There's one that's tied up in a swap a few years further down the line, but for the most part, they're in pretty good shape. They have an extra pick coming their way. So I think, from the Timberwolves, which by the time we get to 2031, who knows what the Timberwolves will be. So I think the Kings are in pretty good shape there, and I think what you could see them do is, I like to call these are almost like pre-agency moves, where you go out and you get a guy, and it's like, what's this guy going to do for us this year? Because of who we gave up. Is this really going to change things for us? But what it might be is, hey, he's not doing a lot for us this year. This year, we're still probably going to be in the lottery, and we'll have our own pick, and maybe we'll be able to land a franchise-changing guy, because there are a lot of good players in this draft class coming out. But then now we're going to have that guy, the guys we retained, and the guy we traded for. Now we've got kind of the core that we're building up here moving forward, and that becomes where it's like, all right, we kind of took this year a little bit of a gap here. We knew we weren't going to be very good. That could be the kind of thing you see. Like, for example, Trae Young, if it is, hey, we know he's got this knee thing, we can acquire him, especially if we can acquire him on any kind of discount and work something out, then maybe we can feel pretty good about making a move like that and still kind of play for draft position this season. Those are the options that are on the table right now. I would highly recommend against, hey, let's go do a quick fix here and let's take on a bunch of long-term money. I think we've all seen that before, and we all kind of know how that's turned out.
Keith Smith. Yeah, Keith, that is kind of, I guess you'd call it, we've called it the hybrid rebuild, if you will, where it's more than a retool, but you're not fully blowing it up. And yeah, that I didn't necessarily connect those dots before. You go get a LaMelo, somebody like that, because he is still so young, and you stink this season, you have your own pick, and you see what happens. Maybe you get lucky and you get a top 3 guy who's supposed to be really good. Keegan's only 25 years old, and you kind of rock and roll from there. Domas is, I think, just turned 30, so you decide what to do there. The West is just so tough. Keith, when you were talking, I know we already talked about Keon a little bit, but I remembered you put out a piece after, I believe it was Summer League, and you, in the piece, you had spoke to, people either close to or within the Kings organization, and you asked them about Keegan and Keon, who were both up for extensions. And the Keon piece of this, obviously they took care of Keegan, but the Keon piece of this, I'm paraphrasing here, but in the piece, they said that they really liked Keon. There was nobody else. They didn't have another guard like that on the team, which is funny because they have 15 of them. But for that to end up where it is now, how surprised are you? And when they decided, I think you spoke to them right before they decided to pick up the option. Do you think that they went wrong? And how surprised are you that they went in this direction? And was the writing on the wall? I know they tried to tell us, no, we could still extend them, which they still technically could. But I was just thinking about that. You put out that piece, and they said that they really liked Keon. I just don't know where this thing went south.
Yeah, this is just a good example of a disconnect between a front office and a coaching staff. I believe wholeheartedly. I've even talked to people in the front office who are still big believers in Keon Ellis, but for whatever reason, Doug Christie is not there. And this is the hard thing for a front office, where they can believe in players, right? They draft guys, they sign guys, they trade for guys, because in most cases, there's a lot of belief in that player. Sometimes it's strictly a salary type thing, but in the case of Keon Ellis, the Kings went out and got him because they believed in him in the front office. And the challenge becomes in that situation where it is, all right, hey, we believe in him. And we're going to force Doug Christie's hands and tell him, hey, you're going to play this guy. And if you don't play him, where's it going to go? And that generally, to me, does not go well either. Mm-hmm. Right? This is where you kind of need that synergy between a front office and a coaching staff. For whatever his reasons, Doug Christie doesn't want to play Keon Ellis right now. He believes in other guys ahead of him in the rotation, at least for a lot more minutes. And I'm not entirely sure, what those reasons are. To be completely honest, I've not had a conversation with him about that, so I don't want to, even speculate too deep. But the numbers tell us and the playing time tell us he just doesn't believe in him. But I can tell you from conversations with folks in the front office that there is still a belief in him. So this is just a lack of synergy, and where it gets really tough if the front office and the coaching staff aren't on the same page. They're never going to be 100% on the same page, but when it's this far, especially on one specific player, someone's going to have to give one way or another.
Talking to Keith Smith, and Keith, that is eye-opening, because a lot of people thought it was the opposite, and it was Doug Christie wanted, like we said, Doug Christie wanted to play him, but maybe the front office either wanted to keep the asset safe or, just had other guys that they were focused on. He's not a Scott Perry guy. Another player that's not a Scott Perry guy, and they just moved him to Stockton, talking to Keith Smith of Spot Track and the front office show. Devin Carter, Keith, we're talking about a team with, 6 wins now. They just got their 6 wins. A 13th overall pick. I know it's from the previous regime, but for Devin Carter, I get the redundancy maybe with Keon, who also can't play, and the guard logjam. But how about that from Devin Carter? Just DNPs on a team that's not good. One of the youngest guys on the team at 23 years old, and now they move him to Stockton. You think that's another disconnect? I mean, we haven't seen enough to know whether he can play or not. And I know there's a logjam, but just doesn't make a ton of sense to me.
I think in that situation, this is one where there actually may be synergy because this was not this front office's draft pick. Mm-hmm. So this may be this front office saying, hey, all right, coach doesn't believe in him, and he wasn't our pick, and we don't really believe in him either. So we're going to get him down to the G League where at least he can play, and maybe with increased minutes and things, maybe he can kind of come back and rebuild some value. But I do think this one could be one where they are on the same page, and that's sometimes you see that with front offices. It gets frustrating as a fan, right? Because we invested a lottery pick in this guy. Like, he's not going to play. But sometimes one of the best things that a front office can do is come in and say, hey, part of the reason we're here is the other guys didn't do a good job. So we're here to take over. We're here to make changes. We're going to do some stuff. And that's where I think for them, if they come in with a belief of, hey, he can't play or he's not going to play for us and play the way we want, one of the best things you can do is just kind of start to look to move on. But the one question I would have then is, what happened between now and September, October when they picked up that option for next year for Devin Carter. Why, nothing could have changed that much. I don't know that they expect him to come in and be this drastically different player over the last few months between now and when you picked up that option. To me, that's where you're kind of throwing good money after bad. If they just said, hey, we didn't draft him, we don't think he can play, and it turns out it was a waste of a lottery pick, but we're not going to cry over spilled milk. We're moving forward with the new front office and our guys. That's where you got to kind of make those decisions. But that part of it there, that's where there seems to be at least some disconnect in between even the front office's thinking on things.
Keith Smith, thank you so much. This was incredible, my guy. We really appreciate it whenever you're able to make the time. We have to do it again soon once some of these moves start being made, but we know you're running around and busy, so we really appreciate the time that you took. Keith Smith of Spa Track and the Front Office Show. We will talk to you soon, Keith. Appreciate it. Happy Monday. Have a good week.
I appreciate it. Thank you for having me. Happy holidays to you and yours.
Same to you. Happy holidays. Great stuff from Keith Smith. Let's get to a breather, and on the other side, we'll break down everything that he had to say because the end of that spot was a heater. Allen Stiles, Sactown Sports.
This Sponsor the Clock is brought to you by Light the World Giving Machine.
Call Maverick Electrical to claim your free furnace tune-up or electrical safety check with a donation. This month, donate 5 canned foods to Maverick Electric's holiday food drive and get a free furnace tune-up or electrical safety check. They'll collect your cans at the appointment and make sure your heat stays comfy and your lights stay steady, so the only thing whistling is the kettle, not your ductwork. Visit callamaverick.com to schedule your free tune-up today.
What will a Maverick do? 'Cause you are a Maverick too.
Give to get with no gimmicks. Limited appointments, some restrictions apply.
Who has the largest selection of golf merchandise in Northern California? The Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop. It's the go-to store for golf bags, apparel, equipment, lessons, club fittings, novelty items, and more. With their low price guarantee, complimentary gift boxes, and gift cards for your golfer, it's the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop. Add convenient online shopping and effortless after-Christmas return policy, and you'll see why the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop is the #1 choice for golfers everywhere. Fulton Avenue at the Cap City Freeway or online at hagenoaks.com.
Now is the time before winter is full on in your kitchen to make sure your heater, your furnace is ready. How do you do that? Lee's Air Plumbing and Heating will get the job done for you like they did for me last winter when our system crashed and burned in the dead of winter. Check them out, leesair.com. Right now, get $100 off any AC heating or plumbing repair. Lee's Air Plumbing and Heating does it all, and they've been doing it at a high level for 40 years. See how they can help you stay warm and cozy all winter at leesair.com. That's Lee's Air Plumbing and Heating, license number 635355.
Just announced, Stockton Honda has been named #1 of California's best car dealers in 2025 by USA Today and Statista. This prestigious award is based on thousands of customer reviews and recommendations, ranking dealerships for service, value, and satisfaction. Out of hundreds evaluated, Stockton Honda is proud to be #1, recognized for all-around excellence and commitment to our customers. Visit Stockton Honda, where reputation meets the road.
Anytime, anywhere, it's all here. StocktonHonda.com.
Capital Casino, Sacramento's #1 poker room with primetime football. It's back. Capital Casino is giving away $500 per game in high hand bonuses for every Sunday, Monday, and Thursday night primetime game. Offering the best food, best service, and the best action with the most variety of games in the region and conveniently located at 411 North 16th Street in downtown Sacramento. For more information, log on to capital-casino.com and please gamble responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Guys, your testosterone level impacts your energy, drive, weight, hair loss, and even ED. Revive Men's Health Sacramento will check your T level for free. For your free T level check, exam, and consultation, call 916-277-8599 or visit revivemenshealth.com.
For quality service you can trust, visit your locally owned Big O Tires. Now through January 4th at Big O, get $100 instant savings on 4 select in-stock Nitto, Toyo, or Nexen brand tires. Installation required. Disposal fees extra. Not good with other offers. See Big O dealer for details.
If a Lenovo computer for your business is on your holiday list, don't shop around. Just go directly to the source, Lenovo.com. It's your last chance to get exclusive deals on the PCs you want for your business, like the ThinkPad X9 14 Aura Edition and Yoga 7i 2-in-1. So avoid all that shopping chaos and price comparing, and just go directly to the source, Lenovo.com, where PCs are up to 35% off. That's Lenovo.com.
Lenovo.
Hi, I'm Michael from the War and Treaty. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. Only Novo Nordisk makes FDA-approved Ozempic. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5 milligram, 1 milligram, and 2 milligrams.
Don't miss Rock Monsters, the ultimate 80s rock tribute band, delivering the most iconic hits from the decade of rock glory on Thursday, December 18th at Thunder Valley Casino Resort. It's part of Thunder Valley's third Thursday $30 tribute series.
Allen Stiles. Watch the show on youtube.com/Sactown Sports 1140.
Or listen on the Sactown Sports app.
Just great stuff. Just great stuff from Keith Smith of Spa Track and the front office show. Yeah, he always has heaters. And we got to it towards the end of the interview, and that'll be up on social media if you're just hopping in your car because you have to drop off your iguana at the vet, or your salamander, or your parrot. And you said, Alan, I missed it. Don't worry. We got you. It'll be up on YouTube and on the Sactown Sports app. But Keith Smith, and I'm paraphrasing here, Keith Smith says he knows that the front office, he spoke to the front office, and he knows that the front office does like Keon. He believes this is a Doug Christie decision. He believes that kind of flip-flopped of what the tinfoil theory hat was. The tinfoil hat theory was that Doug liked Keon, but the front office, for whatever reason, they don't want him to get injured because they want to trade him. The front office is saying, do not play Keon. Keith believes that it's some version of the reverse of that. And the front office is giving Doug full autonomy, play who you want to play, and Doug is just not there yet, right? Which is funny when Keith said that because I'm kind of telling on myself a little bit, but that's a term that you hear a lot in The Bachelor and The Bachelorette when they're trying to decide who they're going to give a rose to. That's normally, if you hear somebody, hey, can we go for a chat? And they say, I just don't think I can get there, or I'm just not there yet. Normally, you will not be receiving a rose. And Keon hasn't been receiving a rose in the form of playing time, and it seems like Doug is not there yet. And the question is, well, when can you get there? But Keith Smith of Spa Track, Kyle, a lot. I think everything else was pretty much what we would expect. I think the Zach LaVine note and how he will be much more attractive next season, even at $49 million. I think that's great news. Domantas Sabonis, still nobody knows what that value is. But yeah, the idea that Doug may be the one that is not seeing it with Keon. And I'll give kudos. I hate doing this, but I'll give kudos to Carmichael Dave, who I asked him last week, the end of last week, do you think these decisions are still from Doug? And Carmichael Dave stood on business and he said, I do. And now we're getting a level of confirmation from what Keith Smith is hearing as well from those within the organization saying, we like Keon, but it's Doug's team and we're letting Doug. And that's what Scott Perry told us. We just are not understanding how Doug isn't able to get there when he's preaching one thing. Again, what are these brothers doing in practice? Devin Carter, Keon, what are they doing? Can we get the film? This is what I want, Kyle. I don't need, the wide receiver documentary from Netflix. I don't need starting five. That's all I need is to be a fly on the wall in these Kings practices. I got to see it.
Yeah, I just don't know exactly why or how, right? Because Keon's not playing for Nique Clifford, right? So it would make sense to be like, well, this front office picked Nique, and they chose not to extend Keon Ellis, so the decision-making of the front office signifies that Nique is more of a long-term part of this team than per se Keon is. But if this is the flip side, and again, maybe these are front office people who were there from before the turnover with Scott Perry and BJ Armstrong and everyone, but it seems like the front office is like, no, we really like him. We think he can be part of a winning team or a piece of a winning team. And just because of the guard log jam, he's the one who's getting phased out of the rotation.
Yeah.
But it doesn't seem to be hurting his trade value all that much because of the contract.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. It's surprising, but I'm glad that we have a little bit more context there. And now you have a Devin Carter, and this was interesting because Devin Carter, Keith said, I do think they're on the same page. Number one, similar to Keon, Doug isn't there yet, but number two, there's, I guess, less trade value, right, if any at all. We didn't draft him. We kind of just drafted somebody that does what he does, but might just be a little bit better in Nique Clifford. So Keith does believe that they are all on the same page with Devin. And basically, if you're all on the same page like that, then it's obviously cooked. His main question was, why did they pick up that option? And I think it's just because they wanted it to seem like he was, I guess, thought of in a better light for trade value. That's the only thing I can think of.
No, I mean, the thing with these options is, like, with the third-year one specifically, you'd have to really hate a player to not pick up that third-year club option. I mean, Devin Carter next year is going to make less than Dario Saric is making right now. So at the very least, he's a young player that can just exist as a contract, right? Yeah. Like, you'd have to really, really hate a draft pick to not pick up that fourth-year option on a first-round, or the third-year option on a first-round pick. Now, we might get to next.
Kyle, it does seem like they kind of hate him.
I get that, but it would have to be like, we don't like this player, and for some reason, we don't want a $5 million controllable contract for whatever the reasons are, right? Like with Jake LaRavia, that was a fourth-year club option that they declined. Even the Grizzlies still, who declined the fourth-year option and traded him, even they still picked up the third-year option on LaRavia. So, like, it just goes back to the point, you just don't know what these players are going to be going into these first seasons. And, I mean, Devin's not seeing the floor, so it only makes... Because now if you trade him, at least it's a 2-year contract instead of an expiring deal. So... Yeah. It could be someone else's situation, but you'd have to be like, we're going to get rid of him right now if you're not picking up the option.
Yeah, so that was what Keith had to say as far as Devin Carter was concerned. DeMar, when he mentioned possibly, it's so funny because at one point it gets mentioned that you could get a pick. It gets mentioned that maybe you could give a pick. A lot of different options here, but yeah, it feels like the end is near for DeMar. By the way, Keith did crush our dreams a little bit. He said that December 15th, what happened last season with the 2 trades wasn't as typical. Now, this might not be a typical season anyway, but does not necessarily think that once the clock hits midnight on December 15th, there will be trades immediately. But you know, I don't think a lot of people thought there would be last season, and there were. So last season was kind of the exception to the rule, but you never know what could happen there. Domantas Sabonis, kind of nobody knows. The one guy, I kind of made a decision, Kyle, once he brought up Devin Carter, and it's funny because it's kind of apropos to this season. Did not get to ask Keith about Malik Monk. I knew we were already over on time, but I felt like it's the same idea. Team gets desperate. They need Malik, or they think that Malik can help, and his trade market changes. Right now, it kind of is what it is.
Yeah, I think the Malik situation is you're just trading a $20 to $30 million contract for a $15 to $20 million contract, or I think Malik's at 18 right now. It's like you're swapping contracts in that same price range, even if you are moving Malik, or he's part of a larger deal to move off of another player, right? Like, if they do, for some reason, get in the Ja Morant game, it would be like DeMar and Malik and picks packaged to Memphis for Ja Morant kind of situation.
And with that being said, Keith did give us one of the most eloquent descriptions of that hybrid rebuild that we've been talking about. Let's take a dive into that and how I can finally convince Kyle that all you need is one bite at the apple this upcoming season, which means we're running the Tankathon. Allen Stiles, Sactown Sports.
Injured and you're considering an LA law firm looking to charge you 45% to 50% in attorney's fees? That's overcharging. Ashton & Price has been around for over 25 years, and I can tell you no matter how complicated your injury case, you should never be charged 45% or 50% in attorney's fees ever. Direct, experienced, unrelenting, and honest local representation matters. It's called Home Court Advantage for a reason. Ashton & Price serious local attorneys for serious people with serious injuries. So for the best local advice, don't think twice. Call Ashton & Price.
Year-end pricing's in effect. Every vehicle's priced to sell before the new year during Happy Honda Days. At Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop.
Get behind the wheel of your new Accord or Civic today. Own or lease during Happy Honda Days at FolsomLakeHonda.com.
As a family-owned and operated dealership since 2009, customer service is our #1 priority. Our customers love doing business with us, and you will too. Folsom Lake Honda is your one-stop Honda shop.
Visit us at FolsomLakeHonda.com.
Your one-stop Honda shop.
This holiday season, Capital One reminds you to give yourself the gift of 1.5% cash back with the Capital One Quicksilver Card.
Can I earn 1.5% cash back on birds?
Birds?
What if you sent your true love 2 turtle doves plus a partridge in a pear tree?
Sure, but why would anyone want that?
The song was very convincing.
Earn 1.5% cash back on all your holiday purchases with the Capital One Quicksilver Card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-275-1728. That's 800-275-1728.
Constipation with belly pain that keeps coming back and back and back. If your symptoms keep coming back, talk to your doctor. It could be irritable bowel syndrome with constipation or IBS-C. Linzess could help you get ahead of it. Linzess linaclotide is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Talk to your doctor and say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
Carmichael Dave here for American Energy Heating and Air. They're now upgrading what they do to include plumbing. They're bringing that same expertise and experience to the plumbing space. So they're no longer just heat and air. They're now your American Energy home pros. You hear me talk about them all the time as your second opinion partner. Now you can still get second opinions on any HVAC service or replacement. And now you can get a second opinion on any of your plumbing services. They'll come out to your house for free and give you that second opinion. And right now, they got a free furnace special with a full system installation up to $2,500 in rebates. All for a company that's been serving the greater Sacramento area since 1981. A+ Better Business Bureau. 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990 or AmericanEnergyAir.com. Jingle singers, take it away.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
When you bundle renters and auto with Progressive, you can save while protecting your most valuable possessions, like your priceless vinyl collection. Sure, you sleep on a futon because the money most people would have spent on a bed you spent on more records. But forget the fact that you can stream just about any song ever created for a few dollars a month. No, you need to listen to music in the most difficult way possible. So go ahead and get Progressive so you can save while protecting the things that matter to you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Kohl's Customer Appreciation Event is here, right in time for the gift exchange. Even though everyone pretends gifting isn't a competition, it kinda is. At Kohl's, save on gifts everyone will fight over. From sweaters and flannels to air fryers, toaster ovens, and more. Because deep down, the gift exchange isn't just about giving. It's also about winning. Shop Kohl's and save on top gifts now. Select styles, some exclusions apply. Offers end December 14th. See store or kohls.com for details.
Listen to the 49ers Red Zone Report daily, brought to you by Mountain Mike's Pizza, the official pizza of the 49ers. Mountain Mike's Pizza. Pizza the way it ought to be.
Allen Stiles
You can join the show by texting 916-339-1140.
On Sactown Sports.
Taking you up to 2 p.m. and the hybrid rebuild. I've been trying to sell Kyle on this for a while now. Okay, and Kyle thinks you got to stink for all this time, and then eventually you get 2-3 draft picks, and that's how you got to do it. And I keep telling Kyle, okay, maybe you just got to stink for 1 year, get lucky in the draft, and make your decisions from there. So before we start this conversation, Kyle, I really hope this works out for me. But before we start this conversation, I'm going to run the Tankathon, the 2026 NBA Draft Simulator. Right now, the Kings are tied for 5th best odds with Brooklyn. Please. Okay, I can take this. With the 4th pick in the 2026 draft, the Kings select somebody who's supposed to be pretty good.
We're coming up with a lot of 4ths and 3rds recently.
That's where it is. I run it again for fun, and it dropped to 8. So that never happened. Nope. So, okay, Kyle, this is perfect. So the Kings get the 4th pick. They decide, out of all the distressed assets, I would say that me personally, just for the sake of the drill, whatever is clever to you, to me, LaMelo Ball is a little bit younger, right? Maybe he just needs some California air. He's from California, and he can meet up with Steph Curry, and they can trade ankle tips, and he can get his ankles right.
Maybe, he can do what?
Maybe get from under Puma, fix his ankle situation, his feet issues, and get that figured out. Also
under contract 3 years after this.
Yes, so he's making 37.9 this season, then 40.7, then 43.5, then 46.3. This kid's gonna make a lot of money in his life, by the way. So he's 24. Let's just say that the Hornets, who knows what they're trying to do, but maybe they're just trying to get off the contract. And this is a perfect conversation to where you have Zach LaVine. Maybe you go Zach LaVine because then the Hornets would be off the money. They're just going in a different direction, right? So you go Zach LaVine, I don't know, maybe at that point, Zach LaVine, Nique, something like that.
You'd also have to take extra money because LaVine's contract is more than LaMelo.
Yes. So it would be maybe Zach LaVine and Malik, or excuse me, the Hornets would have to give us, the Kings, something.
Yeah.
So, okay, Tejan Salon, just for funsies, whatever, right? So who's been playing better? Con Kneppel said Tejan's been kind of figuring it out. So
he's the 6th pick of the draft and he's 20. He should be figuring things out.
There you go. So whatever the deal is, the Kings got to give up. And LaMelo is distressed. I don't know how distressed he is.
Let's call it Grant Williams.
Okay.
Kings got to take Grant Williams.
And the Hornets get LaVine. You got to give them at least 1 first, right? LaVine, Nique, a first.
But not this year's first.
Because that's the point, right?
So, we'll go LaVine, Nique, Clifford, and then we'll just say Grant Williams just for the heck of it. Let's see if that works. Yes, okay, that works.
Okay, so then
and Trade Machine says both teams add 0 wins.
Perfect. So then I would give the Hornets 1 protected and 1 unprotected. That's what I would do because they're going to want picks. 1 protected first, 1 unprotected first, and 2030, whatever it is. That's what I would do.
Yeah, or they say, hey, you get the Spurs pick if it's top 16 or something.
Sure. So now you have LaMelo at 24. You have the 4th pick in the draft. You're done with Zach LaVine. You're done with DeMar DeRozan. He's somewhere else. You still have Domantas Sabonis, who's 30. You got Keegan Murray, who's 25. You don't have Nique, but you could still have Keon at that point because maybe now it makes more sense. Whatever you want to do with Malik, you can still have Malik coming off the bench. I mean, there's something there, right? Your core now would be LaMelo, Keegan, Domantas Sabonis, and you have the 4th pick in the draft. So to Keith's point, you could do, and I would only do this with LaMelo. I ain't doing, I'm not doing it for Ja, and I'm probably not doing it for Zion either.
Or Trae Young.
Maybe Trae Young. That's another one, and I think it would probably cost you less. The Hawks need shooting. You go get Zach LaVine. It's a shorter deal. You're out of the Trae Young business. You finally have moved forward. They would probably, maybe you go Zach LaVine and Dennis Schroeder or something like that. There's a reunion there. So LaMelo, what's Trae Young, 27 now? He's not 30 yet.
Yeah, he's 27. But he also has a shorter contract, so you'd have to convince Trae Young to sign an extension.
Yeah, he's 27. He just turned 27 in September. So something like that, Kyle, and you pair up the 4th pick in the draft. Obviously, the 4th pick has to be good either this season, upcoming season, or next season. But there is a world where kind of everybody gets what they want, right? The tankers, they get their top 4 pick. The 8-seeders, you don't have to watch the Kings be terrible. And it does feel like that's more respectable than, like, if you go get Ja, right? It's just all about this pick. You just can't give up this pick, right? I feel like it's a quadruple down, but it's more respectable because you're moving off of Zach LaVine. The team would make more sense, I think, with LaMelo or with Trae Young than it does right now. You're going to be done with DeMar. This, I think, is maybe more realistic than, and to be honest, yeah, I'm going to say it. Like, we've heard it time and time again. Vivek does not want to rebuild, right? He does not want to fully blow it up. So that's why I always push back on your thought of all the bites at the apple. Because, brother, I just don't think he's going to let them take all those bites at the apple. And this is kind of a quicker fixer, hot pocket version, but it's respectable, right? Like when you get a TV dinner, but it's supposed to be good. When you eat out, but it's a healthier spot, right? And I'm not going to name a place because somebody will say, well, it's actually not healthy, but it's like you're eating out, but it's healthier.
But you want to convince yourself it's healthier.
Yes, it's healthy. You get remember the salad shakers from McDonald's? It's salad. It's McDonald's, but it's salad. And that's what this is.
Never heard of that. I'm going to Google that.
They're very good. I used to house the Caesar salads. Sodium was probably through the roof, but I just ate a salad. And that's kind of what this is. It looks better, and I do think you could compete at some level. It just feels, Kyle, more realistic to me than thinking that this team is going to burn it to the ground and have the patience to truly start over. I just don't think Vivek has that patience. I just don't think he does.
Okay, the first part I should clarify is, one, I don't think they should do the full tear down, but if you are going to do it, you should do it the way where you're in the lottery 4 or 5 years situation. That's my first thing.
You don't think they should, or you don't want them to?
I don't think they should trade Domantas Sabonis. That's kind of my only point. And some people would say, well, you can't tank if you don't trade Domantas Sabonis. Then I would say, okay, then don't tank. Whatever your definition of tank is. You can still tank with Domantas Sabonis, in my opinion, but not important.
Okay.
What's so funny about this exact scenario that you outlined and Keith outlined is that the pre-trade situation where you get a star, not anticipating you're going to compete this year, but have it work out in the next year. That is verbatim what Monty McNair did in 2022 when he traded for Domantas Sabonis, knowing that they weren't going to compete that year because Sabonis and Fox, I think, only played 4 games together that year. And Fox got hurt, and then I think they sat down Sabonis towards the end of the year. They made that Sabonis for Halliburton trade and then got the 4th pick in the draft and selected Keegan Murray. And what did they do after that? They traded that first-round pick to the Hawks to land Kevin Huerter. So this is the exact scenario that Monty McNair played in 2022 when building the Beam team. And by the way, he won Executive of the Year for doing the pre-rebuild strategy, for having the foresight to say, I'm going to trade Sabonis for Halliburton, not for this year, but for next year when I'm going to draft a wing, trade for a shooter, sign Malik Monk, and now we have the pieces for a team that can compete.
Yeah, and before somebody says, well, they traded Halliburton and we go down that road, the reality is they did something that they hadn't done in two decades, right? And they made the playoffs. So this whole thing is relative.
Well, and the other thing people skip out on is Sabonis was 25 at the time when they traded for it. It's not like Sabonis was this old, older veteran. Like, he was still entering his prime at the time they made the trade.
Right. I think the interesting thing is Sabonis doesn't have the same ceiling as any of the other names out there, whether it be Ja, Zion, or LaMelo, but he's also not as distressed. He wasn't a distressed asset the same way that these guys are. So it would be interesting to compare the price tags, because obviously the Kings make this deal for LaMelo, and one of those first-round picks is going to be a good player, and then everyone's going to make fun of the Kings. But if along the way you did have a playoff run, it could ease some of that. You're not gonna get one of these deals done without giving up something that might potentially burn on the other side. But this whole thing is a gamble. You also could draft the wrong guy, keep the picks, draft a bunch of the wrong guys if you're the Hornets or some of these teams that haven't figured it out, and then everyone's making fun of you because you stunk the whole time.
Yeah, I mean, let's say after this, they keep DeRozan through the end of the season, and then DeRozan moves on one way or another. You'd be going into next year with LaMelo Ball, Keon Ellis, Keegan Murray, say the Boozer, and Sabonis. Like, that's a fine team. I'd feel better about the state of the team doing that, but again, they'd have to trade picks and possibly Nique Clifford to make that happen.
Yeah, and you still would have Maxime getting better. Domas, in a couple years, you'd be off that contract. You make a decision on Domas, which direction you want to go. So I do think you'd have something there. Now, some people just want to burn it to the ground. That's cool. But again, let's remember that you got to get a lot of things right in order to make that work. All right. On the other side, we hit the 12 o'clock hour. And in that 12 o'clock hour, we have a lot of the different assets floating around. There might be a pool party on the horizon, as well as Jonathan Kuminga. But Devin Carter gets sent to the G League. Are they handling this thing the right way? Allen Stiles, Sactown Sports.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
The holidays can be a time of increased stress for those struggling with opioid or stimulant addiction. They can also be a time for pause, reflection, opportunity, and new beginnings. This holiday season, choose treatment and recovery. Embrace the company of family and friends and create special moments. Find a proven opioid or stimulant addiction treatment provider near you at ChooseChangeCA.org.
Call Maverick Electrical to claim your free furnace tune-up or electrical safety check with a donation. This month, donate 5 canned foods to Maverick Electric's holiday food drive and get a free furnace tune-up or electrical safety check. They'll collect your cans at the appointment and make sure your heat stays comfy and your lights stay steady, so the only thing whistling is the kettle, not your ductwork. Visit callamaverick.com to schedule your free tune-up today.
What will a Maverick do? 'Cause you're a Maverick too.
Give to get with no gimmicks. Limited appointments, some restrictions apply.
Everyone has a past, but what happens if you've made mistakes and made good on that past, but it keeps following you? Are you looking for an attorney to erase past records and restore your rights? Maybe even restore your gun rights? Do you need a reputable criminal defense attorney who knows even good people make bad mistakes? Well, the attorneys at Gonzalez Law Office are here to help. Find Gonzalez Law Office online at saclegaldefense.com or call them at 916-304-9187. We don't settle for less, and neither should you.
Get more value for your money with the new owners at Elk Grove Chevrolet. Right now, supplier pricing is available to everyone, making it easier than ever to drive home in your dream car. Check out the amazing Black Friday specials online, like $5,000 off on the 2025 Colorado. Choose from a wide selection of new and used Chevrolets, plus flexible financing and expert maintenance. Visit them today and experience the difference. MyElkGroveChevrolet.com, where savings and service come standard.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave, and Timber Creek Golf Course want to let you know is your official holiday golf headquarters. Right now, they've got an unreal deal going. Buy 2, get 1 free. These are 12 packs of Srixon golf balls. Srixon has been turning heads all year. I've been using these balls. And, yeah, for the record, my pseudo hole-in-one back in September came off a Srixon tee shot, and people aren't letting me forget it, that's for sure. Listen, these balls will not make you a scratch golfer, but for somebody like me, it makes the ball go more in the direction I want it to go in, and that means quite a bit. So whether you're shopping for the golfer in your life or, let's be honest, you're buying for yourself, hey, stock up now. When you're at Timber Creek, grab a gift certificate for lessons to dial in your game for next season. Whether you're fixing a slice or adding distance, improvement doesn't stop for winter. You got your holiday shopping solved. Strix on buy two, get one free at Timber Creek Golf Course. Tell them Carmichael Dave sent you.
Get auto care that values your time at OK Tire and Automotive Tire Pros, Sacramento's family-owned shop since 1965. Need new tires? Enjoy free vehicle pickup, delivery, and a courtesy shuttle. Every fifth oil change is free. From star smog checks to key fobs, our ASE certified team handles it all. With over 870 five-star reviews, you're in good hands. Call today. Our advisors are here Monday to Friday, 7 a.m. to 5 p.m.
Your local sports leader in the 916.
KHD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios, Sactown Sports 1140.
Live and local.
It's Allen Stiles
on Sactown Sports.
Oh, 12 o'clock on the dot. If you're just joining us, you missed Keith Smith, and that'll be up on YouTube. That was incredible, by the way. You also missed us talking about future Raiders QB Fernando Mendoza. It's always funny because I know a lot of you are listening, not just on the radio, but on the Sactown Sports app and on YouTube, and some people will be behind us, and I just see a random text come in that says, "That's my flipping quarterback." So give all the glory to God. So that's our guy Fernando Mendoza, future Raiders QB. He's going to save us. And the give all the glory to God. So the 209 says, "That's my flipping quarterback." That's right, and he's about to be the Raiders flipping quarterback, and I can't wait. I don't know what to do with the game tonight. Real quick, we're going to get into NFL towards the end of the show in the 1 o'clock hour. The game tonight is either going to be aesthetically pleasing and it's going to be a random track meet, or it's going to be awful. And I think Herbert is questionable. He's always got something going on.
Oh, Trey Lance, baby.
Now that's what I'm talking about.
Trey Lance versus the Eagles.
If the Eagles lose to Trey Lance, it's officially cooked. But I don't know what to do with the game tonight.
I'm guessing the spread is probably like Eagles 5.5, and it's going to be one of those that's either a 5 or 6 point Eagles win. Like whatever Vegas says is probably what's going to happen.
Because here's the thing about the Eagles, even though they have a good defense, they do give up a lot of yards. So prop talk, I'm thinking Keenan Allen, he knows how to find the soft spots in the defense. You know, I don't know about McConkey, but it could be a random track meet yards-wise that just doesn't net a lot of points, which is great for Schmal and Miles. And I hate when the Eagles are primetime because you just don't know what to do with them. You do not know what to do with them. So hopefully we get a good game tonight out there in L.A., Chargerville, Kyle's former team. So that's my flipping quarterback. That's right. He's going to save the Raiders.
I want to give all the glory to God.
Fernando Mendoza will save the Raiders. Mark my words. All right? I saw him. He was on Pat McAfee this morning, so he's making the rounds. And I love him. I need him.
Because he's going to win the Heisman Trophy on Saturday.
I love him. I need him. And he's going to bring back joy to the Las Vegas Raiders.
Look, I know I made the point that the Raiders, you got to just do the take an offensive line. You've got it for the next 15 years. I get that. But if you end up with the number one pick in the draft, just take the star quarterback and figure out the rest later. Maybe the Raiders are going to ruin him anyways, but just take the star quarterback if you can get him with the number one pick.
That's right. Kyle, we were talking about the hybrid rebuild, and we also got into a little bit of Devin Carter. But for those who missed it, this is what Keith had to say. For those out there that don't want to tank, right, this was a potential plan, which Kyle eloquently put, kind of mirrors what Monty McNair did a couple years ago, but I don't think you'd have to give up, unless you think Nique Clifford is the next Tyrese Halliburton, I don't think you'd have to give up as much as you did. But of course, the Kings at that time didn't think that's what they were giving up. Here it is.
You own, basically all your own draft picks. There's one that's tied up in a swap a few years further down the line, but for the most part, they're in pretty good shape. They have an extra pick coming their way. So I think, from the Timberwolves, but by the time we get to 2031, who knows what the Timberwolves will be. So I think the Kings are in pretty good shape there. And I think what you could see them do is, I like to call these are almost like pre-agency moves, where you go out and you get a guy and it's like, what's this guy going to do for us this year because of who we gave up? Is this really going to change things for us? But what it might be is, hey, he's not doing a lot for us this year. This year, we're still probably going to be in the lottery and we'll have our own pick and maybe we'll be able to land a franchise-changing guy because there are a lot of good players in this draft class coming out. But then now we're going to have that guy, the guys we retained, and the guy we traded for. Now we've got kind of the core that we're building up here moving forward, and that becomes where it's like, all right, we kind of took this year a little bit of a gap here. We knew we weren't going to be very good. That could be the kind of thing you see. Like, for example, Trae Young, if it is, hey, we know he's got this knee thing, we can acquire him, especially if we can acquire him on any kind of discount and work something out, then maybe we can feel pretty good about making a move like that and still kind of play for draft position this season. Those are the options that are on the table right now. I would highly recommend against, hey, let's go do a quick fix here and let's take on a bunch of long-term money. I think we've all seen that before, and we all kind of know how that's turned out.
There it is. That was Keith Smith he calls them pre-agency moves, where you make a deal, not necessarily for this season in particular, but you're just going and you're getting someone. And that's kind of what it would be if the Pacers actually went after Keon Ellis. I mean, it's the same thing, Kyle. We got to hit our quota. That would be the Jonathan Kuminga thing, right? Because this season wouldn't really help you too much, but he's on that 2-year deal and you have that team option. So you would obviously pick up that option, or I guess you decline it and give him a full-on extension. And then from there, you see what happens. You add that number 4 pick. And I think that, what do you think people would rather do, Kyle? Keep Domantas Sabonis, give up more draft capital. Here it is, 916-339-1140. Keep Domantas Sabonis, give up more draft capital, Zach LaVine, Nique, Clifford, draft capital for LaMelo, or move Domantas Sabonis, and then you'd have LaMelo, the number 4 pick, because we ran Tankathon earlier, and we just randomly got the number 4 pick. LaMelo, the number 4 pick, Keegan Murray, and the crew, right? And Sabonis. Or Sabonis for Jonathan Kuminga, and I guess you'd have to do whatever that deal is.
Moses Moody,
and you finagle.
Get a first-round pick or something.
Exactly. You do that deal, and then you'd have Kuminga. You'd still have Nique. You'd have Keegan. You'd have the 4th pick coming up as well. What would you rather do? 916-339-1140. Kyle, off the top of my head, I think I would rather keep the draft capital and get Jonathan Kuminga.
Okay, because I kind of go the other way. I'm like, I don't think you should trade Sabonis. Now, I'm not saying I wouldn't trade Sabonis under any circumstances, but if you're going the route of trading Sabonis, you're kind of at that point where it's like, okay, we have no all-NBA caliber players on the roster. Mm-hmm. And realistically speaking, to compete in the NBA, you got to have 2.
Yeah.
So we already got 1. Now, maybe Sabonis won't be that forever, right, but he's still young enough that you hope he's still going to be an all-NBA caliber player by the time you're ready to compete again, whether that's 2 years, 3 years, whatever. You hope you just keep signing him until he's not that anymore. So if you trade him, I just look at it like, so where are you going to get 2 all-star level players in Sacramento,
right,
without tanking? Like, there's just is one going to sign in free agency? Are you going to trade draft capital for? I'm just like, where are you going to find another all-NBA caliber player?
You know what's funny is I almost feel like I'm doing the Kuminga deal because I don't think either are going to work. So I'd rather give up less.
So damned if you do, damned if you don't.
Yeah, so I'd rather move off of Domantas Sabonis, see what happens, and then if it doesn't work, you would just stink and have your picks, versus if LaMelo doesn't work and you've given up draft capital, I'd rather probably not do that when I don't know that neither one is getting you a parade, but it's a smaller swing with Kuminga, because I also would just probably say that I'm more so okay with moving off of Domantas Sabonis at this point.
At least, though, if you ended up with LaMelo, you'd be kind of back where you started, right? Because remember, Fox was talking about for years, the league is built on wings, and he was trying to acquire a wing, and he was hoping Keegan would blossom into that wing. So if we're prioritizing Keegan's development, and we're saying Keegan can be at least OG Anunoby, which is to say a number 3 scoring option and a number 1 or 2 defensive option on a really good team, then at least if you have LaMelo and Sabonis still playing at all-NBA level, Sabonis and Keegan, at least you could say you're kind of back where you started, at least. Now, you'd probably be out a couple picks and not have a great long-term projection, but at least you would say we kind of got back to where we were pre-De'Aaron Fox trade.
Yeah, and then at that point, if you're going in that direction, no, somebody's going to laugh again, but because it's another quota that we're hitting, then at that point, you move DeMar if the Clippers were interested, and you go get John Collins, and then you do have, I mean, you got a decent squad there with LaMelo, because I'm just saying DeMar wouldn't really fit at that point. LaMelo, Domantas, Sabonis, Keegan, John Collins, I think Nique was gone in that deal, and then you'd have the 4th pick in the draft coming up. It's something.
Yeah, like let's say the 4th pick in the draft doesn't even turn into the next great all-star. Let's just say they get a Kuminga with their first-round pick, right? So that's a starter for at least the next 5 years, and you'll figure out the rest later. You've got a starting caliber player with your draft pick. You've got Keegan, who is going to be your starting 3, hopefully, for the next, 6 years now that he's got a 5-year contract. So you've got those 2 building blocks. You would have LaMelo, who's been an all-star in the past and projected, is younger, possibly has a higher ceiling than Zach LaVine at this point in his career. You've still got Sabonis, and hopefully playing alongside LaMelo maybe is a better fit for him, and he looks closer to the all-NBA level Sabonis of the past 3 years. Again, that team's not winning a championship, but I would argue tanking doesn't guarantee you that either. It might take you 5 years and you end up in the same place you would be if you just make this trade for LaMelo. Now, I understand the other side of the argument is you're lowering your ceiling potentially by just doing this short-term fix-it route, but you never know what you really want with the rebuild until it's happening. Like 4 or 5 years of almost meaningless basketball just for the hope of getting to where Orlando or Detroit or Houston is right now. That's a hard sell. Even for me, who understands the reasons why you would do it, it's hard to sell someone on 4 or 5 years of being bad.
That's what I'm saying, man. That's what I'm saying. There's no guarantee that there's a pot of gold at the end of the blow it up rainbow, right? The rebuild rainbow. There's so many teams that haven't seen the pot of gold. And you have to pivot. I feel like the Blazers did a good job pivoting. They took Scoot. It wasn't overtly obvious that he was going to be a dude. And they said, we need to find someone in a second draft scenario. And they did that with Denny Avdia. And now they're cooking here. You have to, even when you are doing it correctly or the way you're quote unquote supposed to do it, you still have to make different decisions. Now, you have to hit on picks, and they missed on Scoot. I don't know what Scoot's going to be. All I know is that the 6'2" guard thing that with questionable shooters, and I guess he's supposed to have a similar athleticism to Ja. All I know is the undersized guard thing that's a questionable shooter. That ain't really popping these days. That is not really popping these days. Kimberly on the text line says, I would trade Sabonis. So she would go in that direction of the Kuminga type deal, and you would have to give up. I wouldn't say you're giving up less per se, but you're giving up less draft capital. To get Kuminga, you're giving up a better player in Domantas Sabonis instead of Zach LaVine, but in that LaMelo deal. But the LaMelo deal, you're going to give up picks. And I just don't want to give up picks. I'd rather give up Domantas Sabonis and give up picks. That's what it comes down to for me.
Yeah, I don't know what to do with Sabonis at this point, because if he's going to be the piece that jumpstarts your rebuild, I understand it. But he's also, his value right now is not that. So if you just move off, we just saw this with De'Aaron. If you just move off of him for the sake of moving off of him, you kind of want those picks and young players to help jumpstart your rebuild, kind of like Orlando did with Vucevic.
Yeah, no, and I hear you. And it doesn't have to be now. I think you get through this season, get him on the court, right? Hopefully build back his trade value. And some of that will come with DeMar DeRozan being gone, with some of these guys that need the ball being gone. But I also just feel like, how do we know it's going to get better? We don't, right? We don't. We don't know that it's going to get better. We don't know that he's going to get back to that level. It's just the joke that we said last week, the let it ride joke with all Schmal and Miles' unders in that Texas A&M game. I guess right now you're just letting it ride to the end of the season because it ain't good right now.
Yeah, I guess this is the best way to phrase it. And I know Whitey Gleason has made a similar point, but I'm going to kind of tag off of him a little bit because
Whitey Gleason is spot on. Spot on.
It is that there is no model to rebuild. The number one best testament to a successful rebuild is competent people in charge of that rebuild. People who know what they are doing being in charge of that rebuild. That is the model, right? Bag on Portland all you want. Joe Cronin got a contract extension from the Portland Trailblazers. They believe that Joe Cronin knows what he is doing. We know Sam Presti knows what he's doing. The guy who's running the Pistons that replaced Troy Weaver, they seem to believe he knows what he's doing. So again, Raphael Stone with the Rockets, one of the best general managers in the league, he replaced Daryl Morey. People who know what they are doing in positions of power is what is going to lead to a successful rebuild. Because otherwise, there's no exact model to do it. The Thunder only got one top 5 pick in their whole rebuild, but the Pistons got 4. So again, there's no exact one way to rebuild this. You've just got to have someone in a position of power that has a clear vision and a skill or ability to evaluate talent better than the other general managers in the league.
Yeah, 916-339-1140. And there are a couple different ways to get this thing done. It's just a matter of how the Kings want to do it. Let's go to AC, who wants to be part of the conversation. What's up, AC? What you got for us? Happy Monday.
Hey, happy Monday, Allen. It's Allen. Jerry Reynolds had a quote the other day, and you know how he simplifies stuff and boils it down. It just seems so easy. We need to get younger. We need to, I would say, trade Sabonis. Do not trade Nique Clifford. That's a mistake. We keep drafting people, developing them, and then they go off and become stars somewhere else. That is not something I'd be in favor of. But we need to get younger. Kuminga's part of that, hopefully, and we'll see what happens.
Yeah, thanks for the call, Alan. Great stuff as always. You're going to have to give up more for LaMelo, and I just don't want to give up the draft capital, as Alan says. You got to get a little bit younger here, and you take a swing at Kuminga. To me, I think they're two guys where both of their values are low right now, right? Kuminga, I'm not really sure if it's as low as Domantas Sabonis, relatively speaking, because of the money, but the kind of headache that people might see with him, he's not playing again, his agent is tweeting again, and you have Domantas Sabonis, who is dealing with injuries this season. Usage is down, numbers don't look the way they looked a Beam Team season and things like that. So could it be a situation where the Warriors just admit that? I think what's going to hold this thing up is how badly the Warriors want Trey Murphy. To me, and not Herb Jones. I don't think the Warriors are going to move off of Kuminga for Herb Jones. But to me, Trey Murphy is a guy that they want. I don't know. I personally don't know why I get it. He's a little bit younger. I don't know why the Pelicans and now that they've lost their pick, it might make more sense. I don't know why the Pelicans would move off of Trey Murphy for Kuminga. I don't get that part. That's what I don't understand.
Well, it would be Kuminga plus something. Remember, was it Jake Fisher? Or no, it was Brett's story where he talked about the prices.
Yes.
Young player with potential, multiple first-round picks, and a veteran.
Yeah.
Now, that veteran might be Buddy Hield, but...
or Al Horford.
Yeah, exactly. Like, it could end up being Kuminga, Al Horford, and 2 firsts.
Yeah.
But if you're the Pelicans, at least you look at that and say... Kuminga has higher upside versus Trey Murphy fits in probably more as like a 4 on a really good team. Kuminga has higher upside, and we've got the multiple picks to take multiple shots at the apple.
Okay. The pick, yes. If you're getting Kuminga and 2 picks, and I know they're Warriors picks, but Steph, he ain't going to play forever.
2027.
Yeah. Give me that. I want like a 2029 Warriors pick.
But you can have them all. They refuse to trade any of them.
Yeah.
So you can have them all.
I want Steph. I want it to be Brandon Pajemski and Pat Spencer's Warriors. Give me your 2028 and your 2030. That's what I need from the Warriors.
To get Kuminga. Which honestly, if I'm the Pelicans, I'd probably do that if I'm getting Kuminga.
Yeah, Kuminga, a 2028 and a 2030 first round pick for Trey Murphy. I'll do it.
So then can we go to the Pelicans and somehow get Kuminga on the Kings? I don't think so, but...
They're going to want more picks.
We're going to workshop it.
Yeah, I'd rather give up Domantas Sabonis and less picks with the Warriors and just do business with the boys from down 80.
Yeah, I mean, you would get a pick in that scenario.
Yeah,
probably.
I would do that deal before I try to get anything from the Pelicans because the Pelicans are so haphazard. You just don't know. I mean, now, if you want to talk about it, Kyle, the pool party. I mean, he's such a king, isn't he?
Yeah, we talked about that the other day. He absolutely is.
He's such a king. This is the write-up. The emergence of fears in his rookie season and DeJounte Murray targeting a return to the court in January has suddenly made Poole expendable to the Pelicans. This is Brett Siegel, by the way. Poole will make $31.8 million this season and $34 million next season before becoming an unrestricted free agent in 2027, which is why he could wind up having some suitors before February 5th. The Pelicans are signaling that he won't be a part of their long-term plans. Did anyone fall off a cliff harder than Jordan Poole? I mean, think about his trajectory. There were people that thought he wasn't going to be the next Steph, but he was going to be Diet Steph Light.
He was the 3rd best player on a team that won a championship.
I mean, he was making shots from dang near half court in the finals, and years later, for some odd reason, he's on the Pelicans, and nobody. I mean, he's going to be a unrestricted free agent in 2027, and he's not sniffing $30 million a year when that's done.
No, I mean, no chance.
He was the last of the bag work. He was the end of it.
No,
he was the end of the bag work.
There's going to be bag work guys, but the miscalculation was the Warriors believing because he was the 3rd best player during the playoffs for that championship run that he was worthy of 3rd best player money. They should have never given him that contract that they gave him. They absolutely overpaid for Jordan Poole when he was probably a $20 million player.
I don't know, Kyle. But you get stuck. Well, first of all, you got punched. But
sure, but again, they shouldn't have given him the contract.
But Kyle, this happens before, and this is like the Jordan Love thing. When life is about timing, and when you ball out, you put teams in a tough spot where they didn't have a choice.
Sure, I get that part, but they should not have done it in hindsight if they knew they were bringing back Draymond. And they thought that this version of the team would be so. They should not have brought Jordan Poole back. That was pretty much or if they did, it should have been at like a $20 million a year number instead of a $30 million a year number.
I'm telling you, they were stuck between a rock and a hard place.
By the way, can I interest you? I know I can interest you, but can I interest you in Malik Monk, Devin Carter, and Dario Saric to the Pelicans for Jordan Poole? just more guard lock jam.
Let's talk about it on the other side. We also will talk about Devin Carter, who has been sent to Stockton. What? Allen Stiles, Sactown Sports.
It all comes down to this, folks.
Yep, the entire season is on the line.
But my throat has officially thrown in the towel. Sounds like you need Vicks VapoCool drops. They're max strength and vaporize sore throat pain.
Whoa! These VapoCool drops hit fast.
Speaking of fast, did you just see that play?
Yeah, he vaporized that ball.
That pun should have come with a penalty.
Vaporize sore throat pain with Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed.
Hi, I'm Michael from the War and Treaty. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. Only Novo Nordisk makes FDA-approved Ozempic. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5 milligram, 1 milligram, and 2 milligrams.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code BOOST25 to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code BOOST25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code BOOST25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Now is the time before winter is full on in your kitchen to make sure your heat or your furnace is ready. How do you do that? Lee's Air Plumbing and Heating will get the job done for you like they did for me last winter when our system crashed and burned in the dead of winter. Check them out, leesair.com. Right now, get $100 off any AC heating or plumbing repair. Lee's Air Plumbing and Heating does it all, and they've been doing it at a high level for 40 years. See how they can help you stay warm and cozy all winter at leesair.com. That's Lee's Air Plumbing and Heating, license number 635355.
For over 90 years, Hagen Oaks has partnered with the biggest brands in golf to bring cutting-edge technology to your game. Our one-of-a-kind total game fitting offers a level of experience and precision that is unmatched. From driver to putter, footwear to golf balls, our TrackMan-powered performance studios, 3D footwear scanner, and Ping's Ballnamic ball fitting kiosk ensure every piece of your gear is tailored to your swing. Trust the experts at the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop. Total game fitting starts here.
Hi, this is Greg Papa. Disasters hit every day. If your home, business, or building has suffered from any disaster, SunPoint Public Adjusters can help. SunPoint prepares, presents, and negotiates your claim with the insurance company, working only for you, making sure you get everything you're entitled to and letting your focus be on what's most important, your family or your business. Call SunPoint today at 888-247-7865 or contact us at sunpoint.us. SunPoint Public Adjusters, the gold standard in public adjusting.
License number 2N14884.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave. I got to tell you, I am so excited to get this decking project started with Trex Decking and Railings. From the first time I stepped foot in the showroom last week, I was so impressed. So many color options. Heat-resistant composite deck. What does that mean? That means I don't have to do any maintenance on it whatsoever. They even have a deck designer, so you can go online and see what your dream deck will look like on your house. Just visit Trex, that's TREX.com to get it started. Tell them Carmichael Dave sent you.
Guys, did you know your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED? And right now, Revive Men's Health Sacramento will check your testosterone for free. They've helped thousands of men since 2011 feel and perform better. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Schedule your free testosterone test, exam, and consultation today. Call 916-277-8599. That's 916-277-8599. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
Allen Stiles
You can join the show by texting 916-339-1140
on Sactown Sports.
By the way, in 30 minutes, we have tickets to see Tony Hinchcliffe at Thunder Valley. Okay, that's in 30 minutes. That's at 1 o'clock if you are on the app. Oh, it's a little bit delayed. 1 o'clock, we will be giving away tickets to see world-renowned comedian Tony Hinchcliffe performing for one night only at the venue at Thunder Valley on Friday, December 19th. All right, so we have that for you in 30 minutes at 1 o'clock. So 1 o'clock on the dot if you want those tickets. December 19th, outstanding venue. I know we've talked about it before, the venue. It's great stuff out there at Thunder Valley. So that's at 1 o'clock. And Devin Carter is headed to Stockton. That came out, what was it, a couple days ago? Yesterday?
I think it was yesterday.
Yeah, a couple days ago, yesterday. And we were talking to Keith Smith about it. He believes that there might be a little bit of disconnect between Doug Christie and the front office when it comes to Keon Ellis, but not in the way you think. Keith thinks that Doug is the one that is not there yet for Keon and getting him playing time. And front office, from everything that they have told Keith, they have signaled that they like Keon and that they love to see Keon on the floor, but they're giving this autonomy to Keon Ellis. When it comes to Devin Carter, Keith thinks it's simple. He's not there yet. He's not their draft pick. The level of value, if you will, just isn't there. They got a log jam as well. So it is what it is. Kyle, you brought up a deal for Jordan Poole, and it was a little bit tongue-in-cheek, the same way Zach LaVine was being tongue-in-cheek about getting the ball all the time. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'd love to see him in a Kings jersey just for fun, but that's just we'll just talk to him. You know what? We'll just wait and sign him at an actual contract to be the new Malik Monk in 2 years when we don't have to pay him $30 million.
So it's funny that during Keith's interview, he mentioned during the DeMar DeRozan situation specifically, like, since it's a pseudo-expiring contract, if the Kings moved off of some other money, they could go to another team and be like, hey, we'll take one of your bad contracts with more years on it and use DeMar to facilitate that trade. Like, you give us a pick, we'll take your bad contract. You can have DeMar as a pseudo-expiring deal, and you can free up some cap space type of situation.
Yes.
Now, what's so confusing about that with the Pelicans is the Pelicans had CJ McCollum's expiring contract, and they traded it for Jordan Poole.
Yeah.
So why would they then attach assets to move Jordan Poole for an expiring contract when they already had CJ McCollum's contract?
Because they don't know what they're doing.
That's the only reason that I brought it up, is this would be a kind of situation like that, where you are a team trying to create cap space, and the Kings, a team that if they were to move Zach LaVine or Malik Monk, would have a little wiggle room in cap space, and they could say, we'll take on your long-term bad contract if you throw in a 2031 unprotected first or something like that. Like Jeremy Grant is a great example of that. If they took on Jeremy Grant, sent DeRozan, but the Blazers sent them picks to make it worth their while.
We're not talking about first-round picks here.
Depends on how bad the contract is, right? Because Michael Porter Jr. netted an unprotected first.
Well, I'm just saying, not for Jordan Poole, who after this, everything flips because he's going to be expiring, right? Because, I mean, I know free agency, Sacramento hasn't been the free agent hotspot, but if you were to do that, I mean, you'd be done with DeMar. You'd see what Jordan Poole can do. He's a little bit younger. And I know you had mentioned, right, either DeMar or Malik Monk. Just stick with the DeMar thing. You get Jordan Poole in a couple seconds. Then after that, yeah, you're on the books, and they're heavy books. But then you're done with Zach LaVine. That's $49 million off the books. And at the same time, you're done with Jordan Poole. That's 34 off the books. That's 80 grand off the book, or 80 million off the books in 2027. And that was kind of the Kings' plan always anyway.
Yeah, but that's what would make me so infuriated, because I keep making the point the Kings right now are where the Bulls were a year and a half ago. And the Bulls this year have $80 million in expiring contracts. So if the Kings then traded De'Aaron Fox for Zach LaVine, just to then put themselves in a position to 2 years from now have $80 million in expiring contracts while they fight for the play-in, they would just be on the trajectory of the Bulls in 2023.
But that's what this always was going to be.
But that would be infuriating if they actually went that route, because why would you trade for Zach LaVine in the first place? Which brings it back to the whole thing.
But it is what it is, Kyle.
I know, but
you
it
can't
would
cry over spilled eggnog.
It would just make me infuriated if they went in that direction.
Do you like eggnog?
I'm not a big eggnog person.
I don't know, man. I don't know what that says about you if you don't like eggnog.
Is this is a washing the chicken situation? Is that what you're saying?
No.
Okay.
It's not. I don't think. I think eggnog is universal.
Okay.
I think people that look like me like eggnog, and people that look like you like eggnog.
People who are lactose intolerant do not like eggnog.
Well, sure. I mean, it's
just
hard
extra
on the way.
milk.
Yeah.
It's just more
hard in, hard out. Just saying. You know? Yeah. Oh, come on. So
yes, I'm not a big eggnog person.
But I mean, that's a lot of money off the books, and you get Jordan Poole. How about Jordan Poole and Malik Monk on the same team?
Oh, yeah, I would love that. But again, that's the situation. So let me see. The Pelicans have a second rounder this year. They do not. So I guess you're getting a future Pelicans second rounder. By the way, the Pelicans have no draft picks next year. So that's not great.
I mean, the all bag work team. I mean, we know what's going to happen with Jordan Poole, right? He's going to finish these next 2 years, get an appropriate role and an appropriate contract. He's going to be somebody's sixth man, and he's going to have a good career. I think he might end up on a contender again. He's going to be in that Malik Monk range, maybe make $20 million a year, get another deal. He might be headed towards trade man, right? He might be he might start collecting some teams here in the latter part of his career, like I've said, might happen with Malik Monk, because he's just going to be that hired six-man gun that just bounces from contender to contender, making about 18 to 20 a year.
I just thought of a perfect example, and I think this is literally it, is Jordan Poole right now in his Jordan Clarkson Jazz era.
Mm-hmm.
Because eventually the Jazz bought out Jordan Clarkson,
Yes.
and now he's a sixth man on the Knicks.
Right.
Making less money because the Jazz are paying him $20 million this year, or whatever. So he is in his Jordan Clarkson Jazz, and we're just waiting we're waiting for him to get to Jordan Clarkson Knicks.
And then come on home to Sacramento.
Yes. Well, at that point, you're going to have the Boozer, Keegan.
Oh, yeah.
It'd be perfect.
LaMelo. Imagine LaMelo and Jordan Poole. Oh, my goodness.
What are we doing with that? It's just the all bag work.
Yes, literally.
It is the all bag work, but you don't want the bag work, guys.
That's right.
I don't need you to have the bag work.
It's nice. It's nice. So, yeah, that's another name that we just hadn't talked about before.
And Kuzma.
Yeah. Why?
LaMelo, Kuzma, and Jordan
no.
Poole Boy and Jacuzzi reunited in Sacramento.
No, that sounds terrible.
But the problem with Poole Boy and Jacuzzi, well, first of all, there were no problems. Perfect era, no notes. One of the most fun basketball teams ever. But my favorite tweet was they were the 73-9 Warriors, but in reverse. But the problem was they built the whole team around Poole Boy and Jacuzzi. If Poole Boy and Jacuzzi are coming off the bench, that's great. You've got a great team.
Kyle, we're not doing it, man.
Yeah, we're going to trade DeRozan for Kuzma. We're going to trade Monk and Carter and Saric for Poole, and boom, we're good.
So a couple different names being brought up here where the Kings can be aggressive if they want, where they can fall back. And we're approaching December 15th, and that is where a lot of these guys are going to become available. Then more players become available once we hit January, and it all starts to heat up a little bit. And the Kings, from an actual basketball perspective, they could heat up a little bit. I mean, they found some things. It's possible. Zach LaVine, I know we kicked the show off with what he said to that Hoops Hype reporter about getting him the ball more. They're going to face a really depleted. We get to see my boy that we talked about last week. Okay, we get to see my boy Jarris Walker all right, in person and see what he can do.
Oh, he's starting tonight probably.
This brother last game, actually, don't sleep on the Pacers. They just beat the Bulls, by the way, their last game. And Jarris Walker, Kyle, that brother got 9 minutes. So I don't know if there was an injury, but that brother played 9 minutes, Kyle, because Ethan Thompson.
Isn't that the guy who used to cover the Warriors?
He played 34 minutes. And Benedict Mathurin played. We get to see Benedict Mathurin tonight. Jarris Walker. Oh, my goodness.
No Obi Toppin, though.
No Obi Toppin. But they just beat the Bulls. And let me see. The Bulls, Giddey played. Kobe White played. Vucevic played. Matas played. He had 19. He's so good.
Remember when we were like, well, the Bulls 6-1. Oh, my God. Here come the Bulls. No, they've turned it around. Nope.
I did not think that. I thought they were the Jazz. Remember when they were supposed to be buyers now?
Yeah, that was crazy.
Part of it was beat. Remember when that was a respectable loss for the Kings?
Yeah.
Hey, they lost to the Bulls, but the Bulls are good now, man. The Bulls are good.
God, that was so fun. It was like less than a month ago. They were 6-1, and now they're just awful. They lost to the Wizards, too. They lost to the Wizards and the Pacers.
Well, it's time to hit our Kuminga quota. A little bit of Kuminga watch as he's piling up DNPs, and this thing, it's making its way where we always knew it would go. Allen Stiles, Sactown Sports.
This Sponsor the Clock is brought to you by Light the World Giving Machine.
Hey everyone, it's Kyle Draper here. If you're in the market for a new car, let me tell you about my experience with Mercedes-Benz of Stockton. From the moment I walked into their state-of-the-art showroom, I knew I was making the right choice. There was no pressure from the sales staff, and if I'm being honest, I felt like a kid in a candy store. I settled on the all-electric EQS SUV, and let me tell you why. First of all, the comfort. After a long day at work, I actually look forward to being in my car. It has several different massage settings, including my favorite, hot relaxing back. Plus, the seat heating and cooling features are perfect for the hot summer or those chilly mornings. Mercedes-Benz has the reputation of making the finest cars in the world. Now it's your turn to experience what I already know. Mercedes-Benz of Stockton is the best car buying experience you'll ever have. They're just a short drive down I-5, or you can shop online anytime at mbfstockton.com. That's mbfstockton.com, and tell them Drape sent you.
Power Business Technology is proud to be a 100% independent, locally owned and managed Toshiba copier dealer. Local ownership cuts out the red tape, allowing ourselves to never be too busy to personally answer the call when our clients need us. Recognized for excellence in service execution, training, and customer service, we're proud to be named a Toshiba ProMasters Elite Dealer since 2021. Contact us today for all of your business printing needs at 844-POWER-BZ. That's 844-769-3729, or visit us at PowerCopiers.com.
When you bundle renters and auto with Progressive, you can save while protecting your most valuable possessions, like your really expensive limited edition sneakers and your new suit for your cousin's wedding. Except you never actually bought the suit because you can't stop buying sneakers. So you show up to the wedding looking like you're going grocery shopping. But hey, at least your sneakers will look good in the pictures, until you're cropped out of every last one of them. So go ahead and get Progressive, so you can save while protecting the things that matter to you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Ulta Beauty's big holiday beauty sale is back with up to 50% off must-have gifts. Shop irresistible deals like the Shark Beauty Flex Style and Benefit Cosmetics travel-size mascaras. With new offers weekly, same-day pickup or delivery, and our trusted associates, we make holiday shopping effortless. Head into Ulta Beauty today. Ulta Beauty. Gifting happens here.
Carmichael Dave here for American Energy Heating and Air. They're now upgrading what they do to include plumbing. They're bringing that same expertise and experience to the plumbing space. So they're no longer just heat and air. They're now your American Energy home pros. You hear me talk about them all the time as your second opinion partner. Now you can still get second opinions on any HVAC service or replacement. And now you can get a second opinion on any of your plumbing services. They'll come out to your house for free and give you that second opinion. And right now, they got a free furnace special with a full system installation up to $2,500 in rebates. All for a company that's been serving the greater Sacramento area since 1981. A+ Better Business Bureau. 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990 or AmericanEnergyAir.com. Jingle Singers, take it away.
Call 916-520-9990. $99.90 now.
If a Lenovo computer for your business is on your holiday list, don't shop around. Just go directly to the source, Lenovo.com. It's your last chance to get exclusive deals on the PCs you want for your business, like the ThinkPad X9 14 Aura Edition and Yoga 7i 2-in-1. So avoid all that shopping chaos and price comparing, and just go directly to the source, Lenovo.com, where PCs are up to 35% off. That's Lenovo.com.
Lenovo.
Hi, I'm Michael from the War and Treaty. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. Only Novo Nordisk makes FDA-approved Ozempic. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5 milligram, 1 milligram, and 2 milligrams.
The winter service event is on at Maida Subaru. Now is the time to let Maida Subaru get your Subaru road ready for the winter weather with exceptional savings on tires, brakes, wiper blades, and more. See all the service specials at MaidaSubaru.com.
Live and local.
It's Allen Stiles
on Sactown Sports.
Taking you up to 2 p.m. And we got some NFL. We got some NFL coming up tonight. Okay, the Eagles taking on Kyle's old team, the Chargers.
My old fling.
Are you going to watch, Kyle?
We'll see. I mean, the Kings are early, so maybe I'll have it on afterwards. I don't know.
So you can defend your boy, Justin Herbert, like you always do?
I believe you mean Trey Lance, your boy.
Yeah, there's no way he's playing tonight. Herbert always has something going on, man.
Yeah, Herbert's one of those dudes that just is always nicked up, but he always plays too.
Yeah.
Herbert is permanently playing with an ankle injury, it feels like.
Says status uncertain. That was of 3 hours ago. The plan is to prepare as if I'm going to play and see how the next couple of days go. That's what he said last week. He better play, man.
Or else what?
I want him to. I want to watch a good game.
You don't want to watch? Are you kidding me? The redemption of Trey Lance? You don't want to see that?
That would be crazy. I mean, the Eagles. You talk about both at that point. Both teams that went to the Super Bowl last season, the Chiefs and the Eagles, they'd both be done. I don't care what the Eagles' record would be after this loss. If they lost to Trey Lance tonight, they are done.
It's different degrees of done.
They're done.
The Chiefs are just not going to make the playoffs. The Eagles are we might get to the playoffs, but we're going to get clapped by the Seahawks.
Yeah, they're going to flame out. Okay, it all.
And then what? Are we firing Sirianni, or what do we do if we're the Eagles?
I don't know.
You trade AJ Brown,
I think you start there.
I don't know what the pivot is for the Eagles, because it's your team is awesome. You've got young stars all across your defense.
I just don't know that they need a traditional X receiver like AJ Brown. I just think somebody like him is always going to be upset. You know, a swap that I would do, and I think this guy kind of fits on the team that he's on right now, but I think you need to give, if Lamar later in his career is just not going to run as much, I think Zay Flowers is the type of receiver that Lamar likes, but I don't know that we've never seen Lamar with a pure X, and if he's going to be in the pocket more, I get it, AJ Brown is not going to move around as much as Zay, but I'd maybe just do Zay for AJ. I've never said this out loud, so somebody might flame me, but I would just do that, and Zay Flowers and Devontae Smith, that might just make a little bit more sense for what the Eagles are doing than a traditional X like AJ Brown.
Al, you're saying that Rashad Bateman is not the classic X?
Yeah, enough with Rashad Bateman.
You're saying that Nelson Aguilar for 2 seasons wasn't...
Well, and DeAndre Hopkins skeleton who Schmal and Miles took and got cooked.
And I don't understand why you thought DeAndre Hopkins, in the big 2025, DeAndre Hopkins was going to be putting up any points. Dude,
he was making catches at the beginning of the season.
That dude's body has been cooked for years now.
DeAndre, and you know what else you can always count on? King Henry receiving yards set at 5.5.
Who was this Ali guy who was playing for the Ravens? I've never heard of this guy. He was out there on like every play yesterday. By the way, the Steelers are just going to go 9-8 again, right? Like just every year with Tomlin. Just 9-8. They're going to win the division.
They're going to win the division.
9-8. Smoked out in the playoffs. Tomlin's going to get a contract extension.
And then they're going to do it again next season, and they'll say fire Tomlin.
And they're going to keep giving him a contract. They're never going to fire that dude.
Yeah.
I saw a crazy thing about that, by the way. Did you know the Steelers haven't fired a head coach since 1941?
That's crazy.
It just seems impossible.
Yeah.
They're never going to fire that dude,
no,
ever.
They can't. They can't.
And they shouldn't. But it's funny that people want to get him gone.
Well, yeah, we'll get into it. I mean, you do feel stuck at some point. It's just whether or not the Steeler fans feel stuck quite yet. I know Jonathan Kuminga feels stuck on the Warriors. And
your segue
that's a
strikes
3.5.
again. Thank you very much. Yeah, it's a 4. And this is from Anthony Slater. Kuminga is starting to rack up DNPs here, right? So Jimmy Butler has not played for the Warriors. He's been out, obviously, and he actually got back, or he came back recently. And Kuminga racked up a DNP. He didn't play at all. So Steph is still out, okay? Steph is still out. You're Jonathan Kuminga, and Pat Spencer started. He played 27 minutes. He's been playing really well. Buddy Hield started, and Jonathan Kuminga did not play 1 minute, okay? He did not play a minute of the game, and Steph was out. You had Steve Kerr saying, happens to everyone in this league other than the stars. Guys come in and out of the rotation, depending on who's available, how the team is playing. So then Anthony Slater writes, Kuminga becomes trade eligible January 15th. The Warriors are expected to explore the Kuminga trade market in the weeks ahead as the probability of a split before the February deadline remains strong, according to league sources. So there it is right there. And again, to your point, Kyle, if the Warriors are truly in this camp of we're going to do whatever we can for Steph, and they think Trey Murphy does all that, if you want to do Kuminga and 2 firsts for Trey Murphy, have at it, right? Have at it. And if I'm the Pelicans, I'm doing that deal. But outside of that, if you don't want to give up those type of picks, then let's revisit this Sabonis thing, because I don't know that the Warriors are going to – I know they want Trey Murphy, and who knows, maybe they don't have to give up the picks because the Pelicans are the Pelicans, but I don't know that they're going to want to give up a couple picks. And to your point, that's what Brett Siegel said they'd have to do in order to get Trey Murphy. And I just don't know where Kuminga's value is if the Pelicans are going to say, oh, no, he's so good, we only need 1 pick. I just don't see that either.
I mean, the Pelicans seem hard and steady on the picks. Like, the value for Trey Murphy has not changed this entire process. Now, again, I think Trey Murphy can't be anything more than a number 4 on like a championship caliber team. Number 3, your team's decent. Number 2, your team's pretty bad. Number 1, you're seeing the Pelicans have the worst record in the league, right? So he's kind of like Larry Markkinen or Porzingis in my mind in terms of value. But if you're someone who sees Trey Murphy and says, I think he could be Jalen Johnson type of leap coming up after Steph is gone or after Jimmy is gone or something like that, then maybe it's worth it to make that trade. I just don't see Trey Murphy being as valuable, so therefore I think the Pelicans are being a little ridiculous setting the high price tag for him.
Right now, the way Michael Porter Jr. is playing, and that's another name people have said is going to be on the market now. He probably won't go for as much just because he's getting paid a lot of money.
I think it's $40 million the next 2 years.
Yeah, and that's why the Nuggets wanted to move off of it. But that's a name that he's 27, and that's my problem, Kyle, with the Zach LaVine thing. You have Michael Porter Jr., who's playing just as good, if not better. He's younger, he's less expensive, and it's the same time frame. So to me, anybody that's in now, Zach LaVine doesn't do podcasts, and I'll just leave it at that.
Have galaxy brain.
Right, just leave it at that. But anybody that's in the market for a scorer, an overpriced scorer, let me interest you in a Michael Porter Jr. before I get to Zach LaVine.
Yeah, but I guess I'm stuck because, like, what do you offer the Pelicans? I'm sorry, what do you offer the Nets for Porter Jr.? I mean, you got to attach a pick to something. Like, if the Kings were trading Zach LaVine for Michael Porter, they would have to attach a pick to incentivize the Pelicans to do, or the Nets to do it. I just don't know what team is offering the Nets picks for Michael Porter Jr. now.
Yeah.
I mean, unless you have another 40, unless it's the Sixers with Paul George and they're like, we just got to get off this Paul George contract. Like, I just don't know what team is like, we're going to give up a first-round pick for $40 million of Michael Porter Jr.
Well, because that's the other thing, right? It's funny. It's similar to the Sabonis conversation. Right now, it probably doesn't seem like Michael Porter Jr. is overpaid because of his usage. But when you then trade for him, his usage is not going to be this if he's on a contender. So now he goes back to being overpaid. And maybe the Nets just did the deal because they got a pick. We got to sell tickets. Michael Porter Jr. can kick it in Brooklyn and score for 2 years, and then he's off the books. I don't know how motivated the Nets are to move him anyway.
I just don't think a team is going to make it worth their while, right? Because, like, say the Sixers do wrong by Paul George and they dump him on the Nets. I mean, if you're the Sixers, you're going to give up a future pick post Joel Embiid and post whatever this iteration of the team is. You're going to give up a future pick for the right to pay Michael Porter Jr. $40 million a year. And if no one is going to offer that, then Brooklyn's just going to sit on him because there's no trade to make.
Couple years and then he's gone, and a couple more picks will be a little bit older. The Cam Thomas thing will be done too. They just got chuckers on that team. Just absolute chuckers. When we return, Kings versus Pacers preview. Will Keegan Murray play tonight? Not again. Allen Stiles, Sactown Sports.
A Sacramento tradition continues this year. The Santa Parade. Free for all to enjoy, circling Capitol Park beginning at 10 a.m. December 13th, the joy of the holiday season. Santa Claus is coming to Sacramento with the 41st Santa Parade. Join Sactown Sports 1140 December 13th beginning at 10 a.m.
Brought to you in part by Elk Grove Chevrolet, Western Health Advantage, and OK Tire and Automotive.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Capital Casino, Sacramento's #1 poker room with primetime football. It's back. Capital Casino is giving away $500 per game in high-hand bonuses for every Sunday, Monday, and Thursday night primetime game. Offering the best food, best service, and the best action with the most variety of games in the region and conveniently located at 411 North 16th Street in downtown Sacramento. For more information, log on to capital-casino.com and please gamble responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Year-end pricing's in effect. Every vehicle's priced to sell before the new year during Happy Honda Days. At Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop.
Get behind the wheel of your new Accord or Civic today. Own or lease during Happy Honda Days at FolsomLakeHonda.com.
As a family-owned and operated dealership since 2009, customer service is our #1 priority. Our customers love doing business with us, and you will too. Folsom Lake Honda is your one-stop Honda shop.
Folsom Lake Honda. Visit us at FolsomLakeHonda.com. Your one-stop Honda shop.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
With Steel, batteries are included. This holiday season, give a gift that's ready to go right out of the box. For everything from cleaning up the yard to cutting up firewood, Steel tools check off the wish list and knock out the to-do list. And right now, buy select battery tool sets and get a free extra battery. Visit SteelUSA.com for holiday deals and gift ideas. Happy holidays from Steel. Offer valid for a limited time only at participating dealers while supplies last.
Call Maverick Electrical to claim your free furnace tune-up or electrical safety check with a donation. This month, donate 5 canned foods to Maverick Electric's Holiday Food Drive and get a free furnace tune-up or electrical safety check. They'll collect your cans at the appointment and make sure your heat stays comfy and your lights stay steady, so the only thing whistling is the kettle, not your ductwork. Visit callammaverick.com to schedule your free tune-up today.
We're a Maverick too, 'cause you are a Maverick too.
Give to get with no gimmicks. Limited appointments, some restrictions apply.
KHTK HD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento.
Your home for Kings basketball for over 25 seasons.
Hammer time thrown down by the league.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
Sactown Sports, 1140.
Your home for Kings talk and so much more.
Live and vocal.
Allen Stiles on Sactown Sports.
We are about to give away tickets right now. Kyle's going to pick the number, win a pair of tickets to see world-renowned comedian Tony Hinchcliffe performing for one night only at the venue at Thunder Valley. Be sure to check out High Stakes over there, by the way. That is a really good steakhouse, and they do medium plus. I just want to tell y'all. They do medium plus.
That's a good name. That's a good name. I'll give them that.
On Friday, December 19th, we're looking for lucky caller number
4.
Caller number 4 to win a pair of tickets to see Tony Hinchcliffe at 916-339-1140. 916-339-1140. 916-339-1140. Caller number 4. Caller number 4. Caller number Quattro. Okay? As we have entered 30 minutes commercial-free Beam Talk. Your Sacramento Kings getting you ready for Kings Pacers. We got to guess the spread, all right? We got prop talk. We got double. I might do double prop talk. Schmalin Miles is feeling good after this weekend, by the way. Is it going to be Devontae Smith? Is it going to be A.J. Brown? Is it going to be Saquon Barkley receiving yards? Because Schmalin can't help himself when it comes to running back receiving yards. Or that one tight end on the Chargers that is just doing really well, because then when Schmalin picks that tight end, the Chargers will spawn another tight end. It looks like caller number 4. Well, it's been in. A lot of names coming in here, so Kyle is going to handle the phone lines. That means that I am on my own here because Kyle loves to have really long conversations with the winner and talk about their hopes and dreams. So keep on calling. We got your opportunity throughout the week, but looks like Kyle has found caller number 4, caller number 4 for today to see Tony Hinchcliffe and to go check that out at the venue. So, what we have for you, Kings Pacers preview. Domantas Sabonis out with his meniscus. Keegan Murray is questionable with trap soreness. Dennis Schroeder is questionable with that hip. You don't want to mess up your hip, man. You do not want to mess up your hip. Devin Carter unavailable with the G League. Pacers, Tyrese Halliburton out with the Achilles. Obi Toppin, my favorite player, out with a foot stress fracture. Aaron Nesmith out with a knee. So 3 of really the headliners from the NBA Finals out for the Pacers, but that has not stopped. I know at one point the Pacers didn't have anyone healthy. They did get Pascal Siakam back. It was just a bunch of dudes and TJ McConnell, but they have gotten Pascal Siakam back. They just beat the Bulls, who everyone did play, or the normal suspects did play for the Bulls. You did have Kobe White playing. So I wouldn't sleep on the Pacers. I know they're 5-18, but they weren't healthy, and they're not healthy now, but they're healthier. They lost to the Nuggets by 15 prior to that win. So last week they lost to the Cavs. They just keep beating the Bulls. They have 5 wins and they beat the Bulls twice. So they beat the Bulls at the end of November. They lost to the Cavs. They lost to the Nuggets, and then they beat the Bulls again on Friday. So they're 5-18, and they're running out. Pascal Siakam is back playing. They have Garrison Matthews, who I feel like he's been a Kings killer in the past before. Jay Huff, who's probably going to have an outstanding game, go ahead and take Jay Huff's over because he's a center, and that's all you need to have a career night. He is 7-1, so there you go. Maxime Raynaud, the floor is yours, my friend. Andrew Nembhard, he's back playing. He played 33 minutes. He had 15 points. Benedict Mathurin is just running around, getting an opportunity to ball out. He played 38 minutes, 28 points. We'll finally get to see the Eastern Conference Jonathan Kuminga. Benedict Mathurin is set to be a restricted free agent. Does not look like the Pacers want to see what's out there for him. Doesn't mean that they won't bring him back, but they've had some questions with his defense and how he kind of plays the game. But we know that he can score, right? Speaking of scoring, Pascal Siakam in that Bulls game had 36 points. So if you're looking at matchups, I mean, this is actually a really bad – stop me if you've heard this before. This is actually a bad matchup for the Kings if Keegan Murray doesn't play. If Keegan Murray doesn't play, I guess you're starting Precious on Pascal Siakam. Then, of course, like I said, Benedict Mathurin's running around. Andrew Nembhard, we know he's a dog defensively, so they'll probably throw Andrew Nembhard on Zach LaVine to try to cool him off. A couple different options they can go to. And then you have TJ McConnell, who is going to be doing whatever he wants out there. So if Keegan doesn't play, this actually could get a bit squirrely for the Kings. It might get squirrely either way. But if Keegan does not play, this thing, it could be rough. It could be rough. It's definitely not going to be a walk in the park. You had Ethan Thompson. Okay, he played 34 minutes. Ethan Thompson is 26-year-old, 6'5", kind of wing guard type of deal. So he's playing 35 minutes. It looks like a two-way guy. I'm just guessing. So, guys that are kind of filling in the blanks for them. But that's how important Keegan is. And speaking of Keegan's importance, and Kyle's going to miss this nerd stat because, as I told you, he is still on the phone talking to the winner. Most distance covered, miles per game on defense, minimum 5 games played. Obviously, Keegan hasn't played a ton. But the miles, Keegan is tied with Toumani Camara for the most distance covered in miles, 1.3 miles per game. And you had to play at least 20 minutes a game. So 1.3 miles per game. That's Keegan. Toumani Camara also at 1.3. Dyson Daniels at 1.2. Franz Wagner at 1.2. Drew Holiday at 1.2. Mikal Bridges at 1.2. Nickeil Alexander-Walker at 1.2. Tyrese Maxey at 1.2. Amen Thompson 1.1. Andrew Wiggins at 1.1. So majority of that group, really good defenders. Keegan, Camara, Dyson Daniels, Drew Holiday, Mikal Bridges, Nickeil Alexander-Walker, Amen Thompson, Andrew Wiggins. So basically, out of that 10, 7 of them are all, I would say, elite defenders or seen as above average to elite defenders. So, and that's kind of part of the idea here. And by the way, they quote tweeted this. Players with most distance ran. This was a year ago, but it was in April. Domantas Sabonis was number 1. So he was at 1.27. De'Aaron Fox was number 2 at 1.26. And Keegan was at 1.25. So Keegan and Mikal Bridges, they were both in the top 5 again, as well as Tyrese Maxey and some other guys. So, and Mikal Bridges, of course. So, and it's funny, the post was, with 3 Sacramento Kings players on this list, are people underappreciating the defensive efforts of Kings players? Now, that is not the same as are people underappreciating the Kings defense. That was, are people underappreciating the Kings defensive efforts? So, Keegan on that list. And to me, this has been the argument to go get, I'm not going to say the guy in Los Angeles because people get mad when I say, let me see, instead of saying his name, Tom Dollins. Tom Dollins. People get mad when I say Tom Dollins too much, so I'm not going to say Don Tollins. I'm not going to say his name. But I think part of the argument to go get Don Tollins in L.A. would be that I fear that they're going to run Keegan into the ground here. That's kind of my fear right now. And again, you just say, hey, Allen, well, look, Toumani Camara, he's at 1.3. Now, this is minimum minutes per game. So I don't know if Toumani is playing as many minutes as Keegan. So to be playing the amount of minutes that Keegan is playing and to be, covering the ground that he's covering. And again, here's the other piece of this. Toumani is not being asked to do what Keegan is now being asked to do offensively. Toumani is playing 33 minutes a game. So he's playing 33 minutes a game. He's 25 years old. And Keegan, I would assume, is definitely not going to be under that. Of course, Keegan coming back from injury. Toumani is at 33 minutes a game. Keegan is at 37.9, running the most miles in the league on the defensive end. I don't like that.
For a team that's defense also is bad. Also,
Yeah.
You were saying I missed a nerd stat?
That was the nerd stat.
The miles one?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Keegan leads the league. He's tied with Toumani Camara for most distance covered in miles per game on defense.
Sorry, I heard nerd and my ears perked up.
I know you did.
But I did see that stat before, which, again, for a defense that stinks is the other part. I know he's only been there for 6 games, but for a defense that is not very good at all, he's putting in that much work.
I don't want, especially, look, I get it. He's about to get paid handsomely, and I understand that. But it's not about, I'm not saying to play Keegan less per se. I'm saying he still needs help, and it doesn't seem like Precious Achiuwa is enough. Precious Achiuwa is helping, but I just don't think it feels like enough right now, and I don't want them to run Keegan into the ground for no reason. So Keegan is questionable tonight with trap soreness. If he doesn't play, Kyle, I'm looking at these matchups, and if he doesn't play, I mean, we know Jay Huff is going to have a career night. We already know that. But if Keegan doesn't play, Pascal Siakam is going to eat. And I know they probably start Precious, but if he doesn't play, Pascal Siakam, I don't see a lot of resistance there outside of Precious Achiuwa. So that's worrisome to me.
Especially if we're going with the starting Maxime Raynaud thing again.
Yeah.
Which, again, Maxime's been fine. It's just I think he's more designed to guard, say, Pascal Siakam than Rudy Gobert, if that's the way I would phrase it, right? So you've got him against Jarris Walker. You've got Achiuwa or Westbrook against Pascal Siakam.
Yeah.
And it's not going to be fun. Also, just to correct something I did say, technically, they've gotten better since Keegan has come back. Because before Keegan made his debut, the Kings were 27th in defensive rating in the league. Since Keegan's returned in 8 games, they're 21st in defensive rating.
That's crazy.
So much better, but still bottom 10.
Still bad, but almost out of the bottom 10.
Keegan is helping. I know our guy Deuce was doing a film breakdown of here's why Keegan might make all defensive team and stuff like that. But he has helped tremendously. All those miles have been for something.
Can you imagine if they? Yeah, I got to do it. Can you imagine if they played Keon?
Oh my gosh. Could you imagine Keon, Nique, and Keegan all together in a game that's not them getting blown out in what was the one where they just lost by 20, but they kept all the young guys in at the end?
Was that That
was Houston.
Grizzlies?
No, it was Houston.
Yes,
yeah.
the Rockets.
In a game that's not like Houston, where they're just getting blown out, that would be incredible.
Yeah, Houston, they beat the Heat. After this, they get the Nuggets. This is the stupid NBA Cup games. They get the Nuggets on Thursday, and then they got to go to Minnesota. Are they still going to have the highlighter, or is the highlighter done at that point?
I don't think it's highlighter because it's not a cup game.
Right. They're connected to the cup, but the cup games are done.
The cup games are done. These are makeup games that are just normal regular season games. So I don't think we get the highlighter court. By the way, how did that work out that they played the Timberwolves in the cup and then got the Timberwolves added as another game?
No clue. Absolutely no clue. I mean, it's rigged because Adam Silver is trying to help the Kings. Here's the tinfoil hat. Adam Silver is trying to help the Kings get the number 1 pick in the draft.
What? What do you mean?
That's what this comes down to.
But they still have to play the easiest schedule the rest of the way.
Well, he's trying to help, and that's why he gave them the Nuggets and the Timberwolves again.
By the way, while we're here, just a funny challenge. So tomorrow, since you mentioned the Cup, tomorrow's the first round of quarterfinals for the Cup. Can you name who's in the Cup quarterfinals. We'll start tomorrow's Eastern Conference. Do you think you know who in the East is in the Cup quarterfinals?
Celtics?
No. Off to a bad start.
It has to be the Pistons. They won so many.
Nope. Pistons are not in the Cup.
The Knicks?
The Knicks are in the Cup quarterfinal. On our third try out of 15, you got one of the 4.
Oh, it would have to be another surprise. The Raptors.
Yep. The Knicks play the Raptors tomorrow at 5:30 on Amazon.
And I'm just going to go another surprise team here. The Heat.
Can you get the last one?
I'm thinking here. I'm going around. Can't be them.
This is the NBA Cup they tried so hard to sell us on.
Oh, is it the Hawks?
It's not the Hawks. You've named 6 teams now to get to 4.
Okay. I don't need the batting average, Kyle. Thank you.
No, but you're proving my point is that no one cares about the Cup.
No, I know what it is. Because, duh, it's the... Not the Celtics.
You already said the Celtics.
That's because, obviously, it's the Magic.
Yes. The Magic.
I was really hoping I'd be right.
Yeah, the Magic play the Heat at 3 o'clock tomorrow. I won't make you go through the West.
Because I know the West.
Oh, well, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, but
it's the Lakers.
Yep, it is the Lakers.
It's the...
How about the team that hasn't lost this year?
It's got to be the Thunder. It's got to be the Rockets. It's got to be the Timberwolves. They just keep playing, so the Timberwolves have to be in it.
No, it's not the Timberwolves are playing the Kings.
The Nuggets. Oh wait, it can't be the Nuggets either.
Nope, it can't be them because they're playing the Kings in the knockout or the.
Oh, you know what?
Team round.
There you go. It's the Suns.
Sorry, that was my bad. You were correct on the Suns, and then the last one is the Riverwalk Spurs.
Oh, yep. There you go. Wow.
So yeah, those are the Cup teams. Did anyone know that? No, but at least you know now.
Just don't touch the Michelob Ultra. Whatever you do.
Oh,
whatever you do.
Yeah, that's right. The Bucks are out, so Darvin Ham won't be a 3-time Cup champion.
Yeah. Do not touch it. Well, I guess you could look at the Dame trade and say, hey.
They got a ring.
They got a ring.
By the way, Damian Lillard's career is going to be so funny when we look back on it because it's like, yes, he didn't win an NBA championship, but he got the bubble MVP. He got the NBA Cup MVP. Like just these made-up awards that didn't exist a generation ago. Dame is claiming all of them.
Yeah. And now, I mean, we'll see what happens with his swan song in Portland, what he's going to look like. They're going to move off of... is anybody even going to take a chance on Scoot? Like, I just don't know what to do with Scoot.
Scoot's a second draft guy if they do move off.
No,
of
I
him.
know, but who's... Again, like I said, the game has changed a little bit for, these undersized guards. Even, like I said, Jordan Poole. Nobody's paying Jordan Poole anything near $30 million when he's done.
I mean, the Magic gave Markelle Fultz 5.5 years. Someone will give Scoot a chance.
It better not... Better not be this team.
You'd say if you could just get him for Dennis Schroeder, you wouldn't do it?
Oh, I would do that.
But that's what you're saying. You're saying no one's going to take a chance on him?
I don't know what his value is. I don't know if the Blazers know what his value is.
Yeah, that's why.
I guarantee you they're not going to want to do it for Dennis Schroeder.
No, that's why Portland needed him to play so badly this year is they had to figure out what they had.
Yeah.
And the fact that he's not on the court makes it impossible to evaluate what he is.
Yeah. So Kings taking on the Pacers. It's an early one. So I know I don't know about y'all. I know some of you might still be at work, but I think I personally like the early games, especially because I got to watch Chargers Eagles. So let's just get this show on the road here.
Well, if you are at work, you can listen on your drive home.
That's right.
Right here.
That's right. Home of the Sacramento Kings. So they will be taking on the Pacers, Kyle. We're going to guess the spread here in about 10-ish minutes. But I just oddly don't like this game. They just have enough. The Pacers have enough because early on, everybody was out for them. Pascal was out. Everybody was out. They have enough now to beat the Kings. Let me be clear. They have more than enough to beat the Kings.
They were running their fourth string point guard for a while there. But
yeah, they're not really. They're 5-18 due to injuries. They don't stink.
Well, the other thing is, you know who's back is Kings killer TJ McConnell.
That's what I'm saying. This is not a game.
No, this is still TJ. Let's see the game they just beat the Bulls. Let's see the starting. I'm sure you probably did this while I was on the phone, but it was.
I did.
Yes, you did?
I did.
Yes. Yeah. Okay. So it's Nembhard, Siakam, Benedict Mathurin. What happened to my guy? What was his name? He had the funny name. The two-way player.
I need more than that, Kyle.
Yeah, come on. I know it. Come on. I don't know where he went, but it was like Ray J. Ray J. Dennis. That was his name. My guy Ray J. Dennis isn't playing anymore. They sent him to whatever their G League team is.
All I know is that once I see TJ McConnell start dribbling underneath the basket, it's a bad. Like last season, he came out here, and I think Tyrese was on the. I don't even think Tyrese played. And he came out here, and all he was doing was just dribbling under the basket and just frying the Kings. Absolutely frying him.
You know what's so funny that you said that is when I was in Chicago, that was when the Suns game was, the Kings and the Suns. And I was watching Colin Gillespie playing for the Suns, and I was like, why is he just doing the TJ McConnell dribble under the basket thing all game long?
Literally.
And it's so funny because TJ McConnell and him are the only ones who do that. Just dribble under the basket, reverse flip.
Because we're not doing a thing here, right? Like Peyton Pritchard does not do that.
No, it's just specifically was a TJ McConnell exclusive thing. Except now Colin Gillespie also does it.
Where is that from the camp of, I feel like CP3 did that. Right?
Yeah.
There's certain point guards that, hey, I got to dribble under this basket real quick.
Steph did it that one time that he hit CP3 on the fake and he fell down.
Like, I don't think Westbrook really dribbled under the basket very much.
No. But it's the specific way they do it too. And again, I'm not doing a thing.
Well, that's why I threw CP3 in there. So no one can accuse us of doing a thing.
But again, like during the finals last year, it'd be like when TJ McConnell had that 27-point game and they kept flashing to his dad in the crowd. It was like he'd always just dribble under the basket, dribble back around, shoot it again.
I feel like Rondo did it.
It's fine, Allen. You don't have to keep trying to find non.
Well, you're throwing out Gillespie.
Because Gillespie does do it.
I think Rondo did it. I think multiple types of point guards did it.
It's fine. You don't have to find another player who doesn't look like McConnell. It's fine.
I'm just saying, once that brother drives under the basket and dribbles under the basket tonight, you know some bull stuff is about to happen.
No, it's going to happen, and then you got to be like, don't give up, don't give up. You think he's going to pass out, but he's not. He's going to turn around and dribble some more.
Charlie on the chat says Steve Nash did it. See, Charlie, we're not. He did, but other guys do it too. It's not, specific to that type of guy.
It's like you say, Peyton Pritchard doesn't do it.
Yeah, he doesn't do it.
Just because we can't find somebody who does doesn't mean we can't point out people who don't.
I said Rondo did it.
I'll take your word for it.
Okay. Well, it's going to be a tough one. Like we said, Devin Carter, unavailable. He will be in Stockton. Dennis Schroeder, questionable. I tell you what, man, I had a buddy he was a stud in high school. And we've seen this with Bo Jackson, too, and his injuries. But my buddy, he tore like the labrum in his hip. He ended up going to USC out of high school. He was a stud. And he messed up his hip. And just he threw cheese, man, and he messed up his hip and kind of never was the same. Hips are a very low key, I guess underappreciated. Not only is that underappreciated injury, but you mess up your hip, you're kind of cooked. So I want to keep an eye on this with Dennis because the hip stuff, people don't talk about hips a lot, but you mess up your hip. It's one of those injuries where you don't realize how much you use your hip until it's injured.
Yeah, remember Isaiah Thomas during the Celtics run.
Don't mess up that hip, man.
Blew out his hip, and that was it.
Yeah.
That was the end of Isaiah Thomas. And, man, those hips don't lie.
Okay. Well, if you had dribbled under the basket more, then, Now Brandon Deitzman says hips don't lie. Yeah. Look, so we're going to keep an eye on that. We're keeping an eye on that with Dennis Schroeder because it's just so funny to me, and I mean this as respectfully as possible. The Kings have so many guards. I will be watching them play, and I couldn't even tell you who's missing. Like when Malik misses a game, but Dennis Schroeder's playing, if you say, oh, you would notice it, right? Oh, who's not playing tonight? But they have so many guards that you're not. It's hard to remember when then one doesn't play. Like, I'll turn on the TV and I'll have to be reminded that Dennis Schroeder isn't playing, and that's not disrespect. I'm not trying to be disrespectful. They just got so many guards.
They do have so many guards, man. Like, it's crazy that I've what was the last game on Saturday? I was watching it. I didn't realize Dennis Schroeder was out until the second quarter of the game because I'm not closed in on the injury reports. And I was like, that's crazy that he makes all that money and was the big free agent signing. We just forget that he's not there.
Yeah, Charlie is saying it's called the Nash dribble. Now Vincent's saying, didn't John Stockton do? No.
Yeah.
Stop. Enough. I know what you guys are doing. Charlie said it's called the Nash dribble. Is that true?
Let's look it up.
Is that true?
Also, if it's the Nash dribble and he won MVPs, why is only TJ McConnell doing it?
I don't know, Charlie. We're going to look that up. Did Stockton give us more names? Who is the point guards that dribble under the basket? We don't know why, but for some reason, when TJ McConnell does it, he absolutely fries the Kings. Hopefully he's not doing that too much tonight. When we get to the other side, we will guess the spread. We also have prop talk for the Kings and Monday Night Football. Don't move. More Allen Stiles coming up.
Get more value for your money with the new owners at Elk Grove Chevrolet. Right now, supplier pricing is available to everyone, making it easier than ever to drive home in your dream car. Check out the amazing Black Friday specials online, like up to $11,000 off the 2025 Silverado 1500. Choose from a wide selection of new and used Chevrolets, plus flexible financing and expert maintenance. Visit them today and experience the difference. MyElkGroveChevrolet.com, where savings and service come standard.
Hey, this is Greg Papa. Are you working through a major insurance claim? SunPoint Public Adjusters can help. SunPoint prepares, presents, and negotiates your claim with the insurance company, working only for you, making sure you get everything you're entitled to, not what just some adjuster working for an insurance company thinks you should get. Call SunPoint today at 888-247-7865 or contact us at sunpoint.us. SunPoint Public Adjusters, the gold standard in public adjusting.
License number 2N14884.
Now is the time before winter is full on in your kitchen to make sure your heat or your furnace is ready. How do you do that? Lee's Air Plumbing and Heating will get the job done for you like they did for me last winter when our system crashed and burned in the dead of winter. Check them out, leesair.com. Right now, get $100 off any AC heating or plumbing repair. Lee's Air Plumbing and Heating does it all, and they've been doing it at a high level for 40 years. See how they can help you stay warm and cozy all winter at leesair.com. That's Lee's Air Plumbing and Heating, license number 635355.
Staples presents an easy holiday.
My holiday list was a mile long.
Fa la 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 boo hoo hoo.
Staples made it easy with big savings on tech gifts.
I'm listening.
And I saved big on custom holiday cards, too. Plus, Staples has UPS shipping in store.
Holy flying reindeer. Shop Staples today for 60% off custom cards, invites, wrapping paper, label, stamps, and photo gifts.
That was easy.
In-store and online expires 12/20. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
With the new IHOP value menu, $6 is all it takes to go to your happy plate, where stacks of pancakes with bacon and eggs are just $6 every day. French toast, sausage, and eggs are, you guessed it, $6. And fluffy omelets come with a side of pancakes and only cost $6. Go to your happy plates every day at IHOP. $7 in some locations. Available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
Guys, did you know your testosterone affects everything in your system, including how you feel and perform every day? Right now, Revive Men's Health Sacramento will check your testosterone for free. Knowing your T levels is the first step in understanding if you have low T. Your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED. Maintaining an appropriate T level can change your whole life. Most men start to see changes in their hormone levels in their 30s. Experience and results matter. So what are you waiting for? Get your T levels checked today by local, experienced, and trusted men's health experts. They've helped thousands of men since 2011. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Call Revive today and schedule your free testosterone test, free exam, and free consultation. Call Revive Men's Health at 916-277-8599. That's 916-277-8599. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
Capital Casino, Sacramento's #1 poker room with primetime football. It's back. Capital Casino is giving away $500 per game in high-hand bonuses for every Sunday, Monday, and Thursday night primetime game, offering the best food, best service, and the best action with the most variety of games in the region and conveniently located at 411 North 16th Street in downtown Sacramento. For more information, log on to capital-casino.com, and please gamble responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Allen Stiles
You can join the show by texting 916-339-1140
on Sactown Sports.
"30 more minutes with you. Welcome to the Dirty 30. Kyle, we're going to do Guess the Spread soon, so can you have that fired up for us, please? By the way, congrats to our winner. Kyle, who was our winner's name?
Let me look it up real quick. Just to
You were having a full-on conversation with them.
Orion, like Orion's belt.
That's a dope name, Orion. Congrats to you, Orion.
Yes. I was also talking to him, but also we had to set up stuff in Indiana for the game because it's early.
I see. So congrats to Orion. We'll have more chances. Tony Hinchcliffe, those things went like hotcakes.
Very popular comedian.
You got to be quick.
He's the Kill Tony guy, I think, right?
Mm-hmm.
If I remember, yeah.
You got to be quick, all right? We got more opportunities for you throughout the week. So, shout out to Orion.
Also, this is not like a tour or anything. He's just coming to Sacramento.
One night only. One night only at the venue. Get your medium plus ribeye just like I did in the high stakes restaurant. It's a good one. It's a good one. So we are going to do our Guess the Spread. Kyle's going to get the spread ready for us.
Is today the day? Are they finally going to be favorites?
I mean, I don't know that they will if Keegan doesn't play, but I truly don't know, man.
We should get one more injury report coming in a couple minutes, but we'll see. For now, Keegan questionable, Schroeder questionable, a bunch of Pacers out, but not all the ones you hoped for.
I'm going to say that the Kings are favorites by like 3.5.
I think it's going to be Pacers 1.5 because it is in Indiana.
Yeah.
So I think the home court advantage will go a little bit. Whitey, you got a guess? 9.5 Pacers.
What?
Or Whitey. Kings. He just said 9.5.
All right.
Here's the thing, though. Whitey's going to end up being the closest, isn't he?
No. We don't even know what Whitey's guess is.
It's just 9.5.
All right. Go ahead.
All right. I am pulling it up now. This is courtesy of ESPN. The Pacers 3.5-point favorites. Pacers 3.5.
I said Kings 3.5.
You did, yes.
Man.
I said Pacers 1.5. So it looks like Whitey said 9.5, which I guess is wrong either way.
Man. All right.
Yeah, Pacers are still favorites.
But I'll tell you what. Yeah, if Keegan does not play, they could definitely. I mean, Vegas thinks they're going to lose clearly, but I think they will. Somebody is going to have to step up, man, because I just think Pascal and J Huff and whoever else is over 7 foot is just going to go crazy.
Well, when we get to prop talk, we can do the test of are his props available, because that's usually a gauge of whether a guy's going to play or not play, or if they're not sure. Which, by the way, if you want to play another fun game, how low can you go? Ticket prices for tonight's game start at?
$6.
No, you were close. $7.
I was going to say $7.
$7 to get in the door for Pacers Kings on a Monday.
I mean, if you're going to take a trip out, and I'm sure the weather is just horrible right now in Indiana, but, you know, I know the Hoosiers, they just won the Big Ten, but what's up? And you know what I got to see? I got to see what's on G-Man's X. He's always posting food. Like, what is the food in Indiana?
Well, doesn't Indiana have that famous steakhouse that all the people go to, like during always when it's the combine, it's always like people got to get reservations to that one steakhouse. He says it's called Shula's.
Okay, but they don't have like a type of food.
I don't think so.
Yeah.
But there's that one famous, I'm just going to Google it and see if it
Pat
comes up.
McAfee, any of the Kings going to be on Pat McAfee's show?
I would guess not. I would imagine Pat McAfee is probably pretty busy. St. Elmo's, that's what it's called.
St. Elmo's.
St. Elmo's is the famous steakhouse in Indianapolis that everyone goes to.
The Pacers are 5-18. Okay, they are 1-10 on the road. They are 4-8 at home. They are, and I'm assuming this is what we're talking about, getting Pascal and the crew back. They're 4-6 their last 10. So again, a lot of these losses are front loaded. They're 4-6 their last 10, and the Kings are 3-7 their last 10, right? And both those two wins that they got, the Kings against the Heat and the Pacers against the Bulls, that was those were big. Those are big. So that's what we're working on there. Kyle, a little bit of story time, just real quick. It's been a while since we got into this, but look. Well, I'm not trying to throw anywhere under the bus, but
I think you've already done it, so it's fine.
Okay, so we were going to do the Santa thing, right? Take pictures with Santa, and my oldest, she's cried with Santa every year, but now she's big enough to really resist, right? When she was smaller, hey, you're crying, but here, just go to Santa. Now she's big enough to pull away and kind of make a scene. Right? So we get there.
Okay, but you can't be the only child where that happens.
Kyle, is bad. It was bad. But here's the thing. Reservations were at 6:15, okay? Reservations were 6:15. We get there. By the way, a couple people finally came up to me with my wife there. So the running joke was anytime somebody says, hey, aren't you Allen Stiles? My wife is never there. And then I got to tell her, hey, no, I'm kind of a big deal. And she rolls her eyes because it never happens when she's there. 2 people came up to me, Kyle. So I was feeling myself after that. So we get there, 6 o'clock, reservation is 6:15, okay? It's been the same Santa the last couple years. So we know this Santa. I know he doesn't remember us. We know this Santa. We get there, 6 o'clock, reservation 6:15. The line is just out of control, Kyle. So the line is out of control. So we find out that just because you locked down 6:15, basically the reservation doesn't go away. So and you got to pay ahead of time. So they got your card locked up. We get there, there's 20 people in line. And after we get there, we find out that there's some people that had been there since 4 o'clock. They were there for 2 hours waiting for Santa. So we get there, the line's not moving. Santa goes, takes a break.
Okay.
So Santa goes to take a break. He's gone for 20 minutes. We're just waiting there. And I got a 2-year-old and a 2-month-old. So it just doesn't take a lot. All right. Long story short, 2 hours later, it's one reservation or 2 reservations, then one walk-in. 2 reservations, 1 walk-in. Slowly but surely, we ended up leaving at about 8:15. We get to Santa, and the whole time we've been asking her, hey, are you excited to see Santa? She said, yes. What are you going to tell Santa? I want Elsa, right? I guess she wants an Elsa doll, okay? Frozen. She wants an Elsa doll. I want Elsa. That's what she's been saying. So that's just what we're assuming. Get up there, Kyle. And she made a friend, right? A 7-year-old. We're small talking. We're all in this together. Just everybody's stuck. I got the game on my phone, and I'm also watching the Big Ten Championship, all that.
So you've got 2 games on your phone?
Yes. And I'm like small talking. And here's the thing. I don't mind small talk. And by the way, shout out, I believe his name was Lucas, one of the guys that ran in. He was there with his son. So shout out, Lucas. Thank you for listening to the show, man. We appreciate you. But it wasn't Lucas. Lucas was a quick one, right? That was quick. We had to go to get the claw, right? So there's a whole store with a bunch of different claw machines. So I win her a Pink Ranger. Now she wants the Wicked one. So I spent about $30 at this point trying to get her. I'm sweating, trying to do the claw machine because it's right next to the line. So we finally get up there, Kyle. She starts losing her bleep. No. So we have this stupid picture with the whole family and Santa Claus because we already paid and we were not leaving without a picture. So I'm holding her, right?
And she's losing it.
Losing it. She looks pathetic in the picture. My wife is holding baby number 2. Santa's just in the middle. 2 hours fried, no picture with Santa Claus. I want to tell her, well, you're not getting anything then. Because you didn't take a pic. You didn't tell Santa what you wanted.
Well, then you're going to have a real problem.
You didn't tell Santa what you wanted. So that was my Saturday.
No, all you can do, Alan, is hold on to that photo, and in about 10 to 15 years, at some big family function.
At her wedding.
Well, not in 10 to 15 years.
Oh, well, no. Well, it's going to get played multiple times. Because I couldn't believe it.
I'm saying wait until she's right in the prime age of like you're embarrassed by your parents, and then at some big family function, some Christmas, bring it out and show it to everyone. That's how you get. You're playing the long game with payback for this.
And then I had to buy her the dolls that dance. Right, they're at the kiosks at the mall. So she broke the doll, the one that she had. It looks like a cactus. It's a dancing cactus. So she broke it because she wanted to act like it was an actual doll. So I had to buy a new cactus. $27 for this dancing cactus.
Tariffs, Alan.
I spent about $80 there, and my whole night at the stupid mall. With this stupid picture.
So you spent $80, watched 2 games on your phone, and then got 1 picture of her crying at the end.
Yes, and we're all in the picture. It's ridiculous.
And it's your first Christmas together with the 2 kids. So and that's what you'll have to
We're going to find a free one next year until she decides whether or not she likes Santa or not. And now I don't have to get her anything for Christmas because, hey, you didn't sit with Santa.
By the way,
my problem.
Updated injury report, Keegan and Schroeder still questionable.
Okay, so Keegan, Schroeder, questionable. One of them got to play, and hopefully it's somebody that can guard Pascal Siakam.
And hopefully it's Keegan.
I did not say that. On the other side, let's talk to Whitey Gleason and see if he has any stories from back in the day as we get you ready for the Drive Guys down South Sactown Sports.
Here's a tale of Linda trying to lose weight, but the med prices she found were all over the place.
Hidden fees and markups made her jaw drop low. Then she found Good RX. Now she's in the know.
GLP-1 subscriptions FDA approved.
With clear upfront pricing.
And same-day pickup.
That's Good RX, the no-nonsense way. Save time and money on prescriptions.
Get to GoodRx.com. GoodRx is not insurance.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Feel the thunder.
It's the energy all around you.
Lightning and the thunder.
The thrill of the moments to come. The flash of lights. The rush of pure exhilaration. The roar of the crowd. See it, hear it, feel it.
Thunder. Feel the thunder. Lightning and the thunder.
Thunder Valley Casino Resort. Feel the thunder.
Year-end pricing's in effect. Every vehicle's priced to sell before the new year during Happy Honda Days at Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop.
Get behind the wheel of your new Accord or Civic today. Own or lease during Happy Honda Days at FolsomLakeHonda.com.
As a family-owned and operated dealership since 2009, customer service is our #1 priority. Our customers love doing business with us, and you will too. Folsom Lake Honda is your one-stop Honda shop.
Visit us at FolsomLakeHonda.com.
Your one-stop Honda shop. Only one radio program captures the excitement of hunting and fishing as it happens. The award-winning California Sportsman with Sep Hendrickson. Only California Sportsman takes you where the action is, live on the water, live in the blind, and live with the top pros and experts in outdoor sports. California Sportsman with Fishing Hall of Famer Sep Hendrickson is your premier destination for all things outdoors. Sep's Saturday Morning Outdoors. Ultimate Bass and California Sportsman, 5 a.m. to 8 a.m. Saturdays on Sactown Sports 1140.
Mike Rowe here with another random fact. Those cracks on your walls aren't just cosmetic. They could mean your home is sinking. Whether it's drywall cracks, exterior cracks, or sticking doors or windows, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys, and they're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to stabilize your foundation.
Groundworks, official foundation repair company of Cal Athletics.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Sacramento, the wait is over. The all-new Hard Rock Sports Bar is here at Hard Rock Hotel and Casino Sacramento at Fire Mountain. Enjoy the ultimate 24/7 sports watching destination with 20 big screens with all the action for the premier game day experience. There's no other place you'd want to be to watch all the games with you and your friends. Now open at Hard Rock Hotel and Casino Sacramento at Fire Mountain. For more details, visit casino.hardrock.com/Sacramento. Donate 5 canned foods this month and get a free furnace tune-up or electrical safety check from Maverick Electrical. Book now at callmaverick.com. What would a Maverick do? Because you're a Maverick too. Limited appointments, restrictions apply. Give to get with no gimmicks.
Live and local.
It's Allen Stiles
on Sactown Sports.
I grew up in the purple glow, Arco Thunder in my bones.
Thank you to the 916. Yeah, we're doing free Santa pictures next year until she figures it out. And the spot that you said, that was a spot that my guy Lucas, friend of the show, listener who came up to me and made me look cool in front of my wife. Thank you very much, Lucas. Lucas left because he said I can't wait anymore. So they went to this place. It rhymes with grass bro pops.
Mm-hmm. I've seen you make that face before that your daughter was making there.
Yeah, I showed Whitey and Kyle the picture.
Yeah.
It's pathetic.
Yeah.
Literally pathetic.
I've seen Schmallen make that face.
Well, that was Schmallen when Cade Stover didn't hit his line last night.
Yeah, that was crazy. Schmallen was doing prop talks for the backup tight end for the Texans.
It was only 4.5 yards.
Yeah, because he's a blocking tight end.
You know, but they do that stuff on primetime games, right, Whitey?
Tell Schmallen, I think it's the Bengals. They cannot cover tight ends. I think it's them.
Okay.
That's where Schmallen should focus.
Okay. Well, I think
got to make sure it's them.
Tonight is either going to be a winter wonderland of yards or it's going to be nothing. And nothing's getting close. Schmallen's been in on the live game once, right? So if you're riding the vibe of a game, you know what I mean? That's where Schmallen's been.
So what's the vibe tonight?
Well, I got to watch the game, right? Like if it looks like, oh, it's a McConkey game, then you wait, they bump it up a little bit, but then you just ride that wave.
But if it's a Trey Lance revenge game?
Like last night, Schmallen just kept thinking, they kept lowering Travis Kelce, and Schmallen just kept thinking, okay, now he's going to hit. And he just didn't hit at all.
Yeah, I don't know how to evaluate when a quarterback isn't going to play, but I could have told you that Travis Kelce, just don't do it, man. Just all the unders on Travis Kelce.
Yeah, he's cooked and fried. So hopefully we get a good game tonight. And I don't know. I feel like I would stay away from A.J. Brown tonight. I feel like they're going to get back to their roots, and I don't think they're going to force feed him. And he's going to be upset because they won, but he only got about 3 catches. That's my initial thought. You know, I can't stay away from Whitey.
Yeah.
You know what I'm going to say.
You're going to be all in on Trey Lance, right?
Well, that would be incredible. But Saquon receiving yards, that's all day. That's all day. Whitey Gleason joins us. We also have, let's just get right on into it.
Like, we're already doing it. We might as well.
Well, after this, Whitey, you have a Jeff Kent story. So let's do prop talk. Then we're going to get to Whitey's Jeff Kent story. Kyle, let's do the Kings first. Okay? And like I said, I was saying this, Whitey, it just looks like these guys just go in with an intention because there's so many mouths to get fed. Like Zach, pretty soon this is going to be a Zach LaVine game.
Yeah.
The person I would stay away from, who I got to give him his kudos, he's kind of just there letting the game come to him. I'm staying away from DeMar DeRozan, not because I don't think he can score 18.5 points. Just seems like he's kind of decided, you guys just do your thing. That's the vibe that I've been getting from him.
He's playing well. He's just not putting up huge numbers. Zach LaVine, to me, is like a guy stuck in the basement. He's trapped. And then he hears the rumblings about maybe the Clippers. And it's like the door creaks open and there's a crack, a shaft of daylight.
Yeah.
And he's like, I'm free.
Yeah.
That's how he's playing.
Yeah. I don't. This is a tough one because I also don't think Russ has been shooting the ball as much.
By the way, just for injury's sake, the Prop Talk test has Keegan Murray available, but Dennis Schroeder not.
Okay. I'm going to go with he's just had a quiet game last game, and normally he's every other. So I'm just going to go Malik Monk, 13.5. He had 3 in Miami. So, I'm going to go Malik Monk, 13.5
I'll
points.
go Zach LaVine. I don't even know what the number is, but I think he smells
a way out. Yeah, I think you're right, Whitey.
He smells a way out.
That's the frustrating thing when he was down to about 19.5. It just felt like there's no way you should not be getting to that number, and I just think it's a volume thing. He's at 21.5 today, Whitey, but I feel you. And we don't do unders on Kings players, but I would just stay away from DeMar DeRozan. Just feels like he is doing what Zach LaVine's doing in a different way. Hey, I'm showing that I don't have to have the ball all the time. So yeah, I hear you on that one, Whitey. Kyle, who do you got?
Just for reference for Whitey, so you've got 21.5 points, 27.5 point rebound assist for Zach LaVine.
He's not going to have any assists.
Just take the points.
No rebounds, no assists. Also, 2.5 made threes, if you want to do that one. You think he got 3 threes?
Schmallen had that. Yeah, that's easy work.
Yeah. Okay, 3 threes made for Zach LaVine.
If he doesn't have 3 threes, he's not getting the 21 points. So
right.
It's one way or the other.
Maybe that's the duo. Maxime Raynaud, let's go. 12 points. He's hit it in 3 of the last 4 games. I'm going over on Maxime points. Maybe a double-double tonight against that Allen's favorite guy, Jarris Walker.
Am I the only person that thinks that Kyle Ledbetter looks like Maxime Raynaud?
I think it's...
I think you're doing the Steve Nash dribble thing.
Really? I see a little bit of it.
I
always
it.
have. And they're both great at basketball.
It's just the face shape. I guess I should put my face on YouTube so people can see.
I don't think so.
Okay.
I don't see it.
All right.
By the way, did you call it the Nash dribble? Under the basket, is that the Nash dribble to you?
Yeah, I've heard that. Yeah.
Okay, we were talking about the types of, because TJ McConnell does the Nash dribble, and we were talking about, somebody said, well, didn't John Stockton do the Nash dribble? And we were trying to figure out,
I don't think so. I think the Nash dribble might actually come from Gretzky.
In hockey?
Yeah.
Okay.
Canadian thing.
Okay. Yeah, right. Yeah. Canadian. And I said, I think Rondo did the Nash dribble.
Did he? Okay.
You don't have to keep doing it.
But everyone kept saying specific types of point guards. The Nash dribble.
He made the point that TJ, were you listening during this?
I didn't hear that part.
No, he was saying that TJ McConnell does the thing where he dribbles under the basket and keeps his dribble. And I was thinking, watching the Suns, that Colin Gillespie does the same thing.
Yeah, and then he said Colin Gillespie, and I said, all right. What are we doing here? And then someone threw in John Stockton. All right. Kyle, real quick, the number, I truly don't know what's going to happen tonight for the Eagles-Chargers, but so we don't know. We still don't know on
Herbert's available on the props, so let's assume Herbert's going to play, and if not, then Trey Lance revenge game.
Yeah, I'm going to go with, I really want to go, actually, I'm going to go with that random tight end that spawned 2 weeks ago.
Oh, Gadsden?
Gadsden. I'm going to go with Gadsden. 34.5, but I like it. Yeah, I like it. Honestly, I think a couple of these names for the Chargers could hit. The Eagles have a weird defense. They give up a good amount of yards, but I'm going to go with Gadsden.
Whatever the over is on sacks for the Eagles tonight.
We can't take the whole team.
Okay.
You could take, I wish you could,
but. Reggie White.
You want Jalen Phillips? 0.25, a quarter of a sack?
Yes.
Okay. Whitey says 0.25, a quarter of a sack for Jalen Phillips. Kyle, you got anyone?
I don't love it. Also, Amarian Hampton's back for the Chargers, I guess. So that messes up the Vidal catching one, I guess, because you like doing
I can't do that. See, that's why I like Saquon receiving, because Tank never catches the ball.
You know who I'm going to go with, even though he hasn't been doing great recently, but it's a good matchup with the Chargers? Dallas Goedert. Yards.
He either has 5,000 or 2.
Yeah, but the Chargers better matchup throwing against the tight ends.
There you go. I like our picks today.
Yeah,
guys.
Good picks.
I like our picks a lot.
Mm-hmm. Also, Goddard's on my fantasy team, so come on.
No. All right, White. By the way, fantasy today, the person I'm going against, fellow Cat Crew member, Jalen Hurts, AJ Brown, and Devontae Smith. So I need a big Big L.
Nobody cares.
I'm just saying. I know Whitey was asking me during the break.
I was wondering. I don't know if I ever asked it, but I was thinking it. I was thinking it.
All right, Whitey.
Yeah, and I feel like I've told you this story before, so if you remember it, you can stop me in the middle. It has to do with fantasy sports, actually. I think this is one of the greatest sports stories I've ever heard. So Jeff Kent just elected, chosen for the Hall of Fame, and Tom Candiotti told a story about fantasy having, he was against Jeff Kent in fantasy. And he told this story about 20 years ago to a writer, and it came out, and now it's kind of like they don't want to talk about it. I think they just recently, since the selection, Candiotti was talking to Ken on some podcast or something, and they talked about fantasy baseball, but they didn't mention the real story. And here's the real story. Candiotti was opposing Jeff Kent in fantasy baseball. That is, Jeff Kent was on the team of the person he was opposing. Okay? And Jeff Kent was lighting it up early in there. Jeff Kent he didn't have any idea about any of this. So Candiotti's thinking, all right, we're playing, it was the Dodgers and the Mets. Candiotti's on the Dodgers. He's thinking, how can I slow this guy down? So he goes down to the bullpen where Ramon Martinez is warming up. He's the starter for the Dodgers that night. Candiotti, who's trying to think of ways to slow down Kent, says to the pitching coach, who's Ron Pernoski, hey, you know what I hear from Saberhagen over there? If Kent gets hit in his first at-bat of a series, he's garbage the rest of the series. Totally not true. Totally not true. But he says it loud enough for the starting pitcher to hear it. Ramon Martinez. Game start. Kent's up, first at-bat. Ramon Martinez buries one in his rib cage. And Kent is out for the rest of the game. And Candiotti's feeling kind of bad. And then the rest of the story is apparently Ramon Martinez, all the Dominican pitchers talk. So after that, Jeff Kent, first at-bat of a series, plunk!
Wow. That's crazy.
And that just kept happening?
It kept happening, yeah. And like I said, they don't talk about it now. Yeah,
So
but
they
Scott Ostler was the writer who wrote the story.
Right.
Yeah.
Dang.
Yeah. And Candiotti's like, after that, I stopped playing fantasy baseball.
Yeah, and it's like, I guess kind of frowned upon. Yeah.
And someone told Kent, he's like, I wondered why I kept getting hit, but I've been hit for worse reasons. I don't know how he really felt. But
That's hilarious. Well, still found a way to get in.
Yeah.
What do you think about the Barry thing? You're over it?
The Bay Area thing?
The Barry
thing. If you're going to keep a guy like that out for, the morals clause, then shouldn't a guy like Dale Murphy get in? I mean, you can't have it both ways. Barry belongs in there. I wasn't a big Barry fan. He belongs in the Hall of Fame. Let's just get that charade over with.
Yeah, and they're running out of time to make it right.
Now Jeff Kent gets a statue, right? He's a Hall of Famer who played for the Giants.
I guess.
Yeah.
Well, there you have it. Whitey Gleason, quick one for you, I know, because it's an early game, which I am a fan of. Thank you to Keith Smith. Go check that out on YouTube and the Sactown Sports app. Great stuff from Keith. Thank you to Kyle Ledbetter, as always, all the callers, texters, Sac Chatters, Drive Guys coming up next. Until tomorrow, secure the bag. Like the beam.
Don't forget about podcasts.
Don't forget my podcast. Gotta go.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
With the new IHOP value menu, $6 is all it takes to go to your happy place, where stacks of pancakes with bacon and eggs are just $6 every day. French toast, sausage, and eggs are, you guessed it, $6. And fluffy omelets come with a side of pancakes and only cost $6. Go to your happy plates every day at IHOP. $7 in some locations. Available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
Staples presents an easy holiday.
Running a small business during the holidays is hard.
No truer words were...
But this year, Staples helped me have an easy holiday.
Your script has a typo.
Nope, easy peasy. I just ordered online at staples.com and picked up in store. And with UPS on site, shipping was easy too. Plus, huge savings on tech, custom cards, even my holiday sales signage.
Visit your local Staples store or staples.com today for up to 45% off select laptops.
That was easy.
Ins 12/27.
Carmichael Dave here for American Energy Heating and Air. They're now upgrading what they do to include plumbing. They're bringing that same expertise and experience to the plumbing space. So they're no longer just heat and air. They're now your American Energy home pros. You hear me talk about them all the time as your second opinion partner. Now you can still get second opinions on any HVAC service or replacement. And now you can get a second opinion on any of your plumbing services. They'll come out to your house for free and give you that second opinion. And right now, they got a free furnace special with a full system installation up to $2,500 in rebates. All for a company that's been serving the greater Sacramento area since 1981. A+ Better Business Bureau. 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990 or AmericanEnergyAir.com. Jingle singers, take it away.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
With Steel, batteries are included. This holiday season, give a gift that's ready to go right out of the box. For everything from cleaning up the yard to cutting up firewood, Steel tools check off the wish list and knock out the to-do list. And right now, buy select battery tool sets and get a free extra battery. Visit SteelUSA.com for holiday deals and gift ideas. Happy holidays from Steel. Offer valid for a limited time only at participating dealers while supplies last.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive,